everybody. Good morning. Sorry to cut off any conversations. We are going to get started. Everyone could just take their seats. We'll give everyone a second to grab any last drinks, take a seat, get comfortable. Thank you so much for joining us today. I will let Fiona Dawson give the official welcome to the event, but we wanted to start today with a land acknowledgement. As probably many of you know, we are meeting today on unceded territory of the Piscataway and the Nacotchtank people. The harms of colonization have resulted not only in the theft of ancestral lands and erasure of ancient cultures, but also the marginalization of people based on gender expression, gender identity, and sexual orientation. As we work to address the health disparities that impact the bisexual plus community, we acknowledge the intersectionality of Indigenous peoples in what we now call the United States, who are also disproportionately impacted by a lack of healthcare funding, programming, and assistance. Thank you. I'm going to pass it over now to Fiona Dawson.
Thank you so much, Melanie. I'm going to say one sentence because I just want to introduce Rebecca Hershey, who is Senior Vice President of the Human Rights Campaign, SVP of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion and Belonging. So Rebecca is here to give us an official welcome to our event. Thank you. Give it up for Rebecca.
Thank you so much. It's nice to have a little amplification. You know what? Just welcome. It's so wonderful to have you here. I appreciate you braving the wild weather out there. We were just discussing earlier. I'm glad about the temperature, the humidity I could do without, but I am so glad that we connected with Fiona and with all of the other organizations that are supporting today. I came out as bi to my parents when I was 16 years old. And that's not the whole story, right? You could say, oh, I'm 45 now, right? It was quite a while ago. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, but I grew up in rural Maine. And there are a lot of things that I experienced growing up that were a product of my identity. I am Black, I am Mexican American, I am Jewish. We were the only those things in my town. And a lot happened. And so when I realized and came out to myself in my identity, it really, the next step of coming out to people around me was really made possible by my grandmother. Well, let me explain a little bit. My grandmother, Katie Maris, was born in New Orleans, the descendant of people who were enslaved. She grew up in New Orleans and then later Kansas City. She was the youngest of 12 siblings. And because she was the youngest in a great big family, she kept getting pulled out of school to take care of people. Take care of family members who got sick, take care of babies who needed to be taken care of. She moved to Michigan, where she had an aunt, Aunt Honey, who ran a boarding house for General Motors workers. I'll shorten the story a little, but she met my grandfather, who immigrated from Mexico, and the rest is history, right? But she was a bit of a renegade in her time, in part because of the way she experienced growing up as well. And I remember being 6 years old, visiting her in Saginaw, Michigan, and we saw a couple in the park, two men sitting near each other on a bench, and maybe I said something that I had overheard somewhere, right, about how that's basically rooted in the idea that that's different or that's wrong. And she stopped me dead in my tracks in the snow in Saginaw before we crossed the street to leave the park. And she kneeled down and she said, when two adults love each other, there is never anything wrong with that. Now, my grandma Katie did not fit the profile of somebody who was going to be welcoming, open. It's not what we think about when we talk at a statistical level about whose minds we're trying to change in politics and who's part of our coalition when we do coalition work. But she, at 6 years old, helped me understand at 16 that whatever it was I was feeling, there could never be anything wrong with that. And the thing that did for me is help me understand what opening that door can do. For one person, for many people, for communities, for your coworkers, for your family members. And so what I take from that every day is that I don't do liberation work, whether it's racial justice, social justice overall, LGBTQ plus specific. I don't do that work because I'm black, brown, and bi. I do that work because I believe there is a way for us to achieve liberation together. And because I was taught that you have to be part of that process. We are creating change. Can you imagine integrated schools in 1920, 1930, 1940? That was science fiction, to quote Adrienne Marie Brown. But guess what? Here we are. And like that, we have not achieved full liberation. We have not achieved full liberation for our black and brown students. In America, we have not achieved full liberation for LGBTQ plus people and communities, but we here are a part of that change. So I'm so glad and pleased that HRC can host this wonderful event in our space. You know, we recognize the critical work that needs to advance for BiPlus people and communities within the LGBTQ plus equity and liberation movement. And at HRC, we are working towards more visibility, right? We had the 2022 BiPlus Health Disparities Report that came out through our foundation. In 2019, we had a BiPlus Youth Report, which we come back to and periodically reevaluate and put out. We have a BiPlus Coming Out Guide, and especially importantly, a Coming Out as BiPlus to Your Doctor Guide, as we understand that the visibility is lacking, right? When you are having those critical moments in your life, milestones in your life. And we also have a media guide for reporters on covering BiPlus issues the right way. So it's wonderful to see folks out here. We are so glad to be able to partner as HRC with GLAAD, with the National LGBTQ plus Task Force, with PFLAG who is here, with Still Bisexual, with the National Center for Transgender Equality, with the Bisexual Resource Center, with the DC LGBTQ plus Community Center. We want to welcome you. If you have any questions, I represent the organization. I can help you around the building if you need it. We can chat and talk. Our home is your home. And now that, you know, we are in and out of waves of pandemic life, of course, but we are glad to be able to open up our space for this event, for y'all. You belong here, and we are so happy that you came. So to paraphrase Adrienne Marie Brown, of whom I am a big fan, change is coming. We are creating change, and today I think we're going to be discussing the question of what do we need to imagine as we prepare for it. So thanks y'all and welcome.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. So, good morning y'all! How you doing? You get a burst of energy from Fiona Dawson. My pronouns are she, her. Thank you so much, Rebecca, for being here and HRC for hosting the day. First of all, has anybody heard of BiPlus Organizing US before? Brilliant! I see my fellow members, community members. Give it up for the people that raise their hands. Okay, so Melanie, I'm going to need you to do the slides because I've got about 6 slides and the clicker's not working. So, we first of all want you to let you know we've got a Slido going on, so if you want to scan the QR code, we've got a few questions through the day that you can participate in. We do have Facebook Live going, so if there's somebody that's not in the room and you want them to listen in or participate, then you can tell them to go to our Facebook page and find us. So there we go, we can keep going. This QR code will come up again, don't worry, when we do a question. So I'm going to just start off with a bit of an introduction. You've all got, like, I think, an agenda here, so you can see what the outline is for the day. And the first thing I want to start off with, is go back. This is one we need a clicker. Talking about like the BiPlus community, about how diverse we are. And I think that many people in the room already know this. You don't need me to tell you how diverse we are. But I think one of the things, and I get very emotional, I can feel the emotions coming up. So I'm going to breathe. Who wants to take a breath with me? Take one in. And let it out. I think one of the reasons why I get so emotional about this work and so passionate about this work is because what we're doing is advocating for pieces of our humanity that people can't see. And I was just having a conversation earlier with a few of you where my BiPlus identity is like so inside of me that most people would assume that I'm BiPlus by the way I present myself to the world. And we have many different layers of intersectionality. I'm also somebody who's living with a non-apparent disability. I wear hearing aids. I have constant chronic tinnitus. I want to say thank you so much that we could have 2 ASL interpreters with us today who we found through the DC Mayor's office. So first of all, please say thank you and give them a round of applause. Accessibility and belonging and inclusion is so important and a part of this work. We can't advocate for the BiPlus community if we don't consider all of the different dimensions that we are as human, including our health. And that is why we are asking people if we can please wear masks, because there are many in our community where we can't see someone's disability and we can't see if they're immunocompromised. And I always struggle to get that word out, immunocompromised. And I think that for us it was a big learning opportunity when we were putting this event together, that we're all volunteers at BiPlus Organizing US. And there's particular people in our group who had the courage to raise this up to those of us, because I might have different identities, but I have an immune system of steel. And so it's easy for me to not be as mindful for people who don't. And so that way, when we wear a mask, we're telling our friends, we're telling our community that you don't have to come out to us, but we will respect you and we want you to feel included. So thank you so much for helping us create that really great safe space for everybody here. Okay, I will try not to be so emotional. Although emotions are good, right? Good. Okay, if we go to the next one, I want to say thank you so much to all the people that have helped volunteer to put this event together. Not this one, the previous one. So, Melanie, by the way, give it up for Melanie over here. Melanie was introduced to me about 3 or 4 months ago by a dear friend and said, how can I help? And the next thing she knows, she's now like the full-time social media manager and has been reaching out to everybody. So we're just so grateful for all the energy and everything that you've done to make this event possible. Helen could not be here this morning because Helen is feeling sick this morning. In fact, we've had 2 people who were meant to be here to participate in the program and not feeling very well. But Helen now works at Lambda Legal. Helen is formerly at HRC, and Helen shared that this event was going to be so meaningful for her because the last time she did a BiPlus event at HRC, she was actually on staff. And so I know she really, really wanted to be here, but because she wasn't feeling very well, she didn't want to potentially put other people at risk. River McMicken volunteers for the BRC, the Bisexual Resource Centre, and they have an event going on today in Boston. Nicole Holmes, awesome badass over here, who's going to come speak after me and introduce Mackenzie. Nicole is on our committee. Tanya Israel is going to be coming shortly as well. And Tanya is our connection to Adrian Shanker from HHS. I just wanted to also put out to the Mayor's Office of Deaf, Blind and Hard of Hearing, who worked in the last 3 days to bring us our ASL, so we're very grateful. The next slide, please. So I want to let you know how BiPlus Organizing US came about. During the Obama administration, there were many different workshops and presentations happening within the White House to advance bisexual equity. The following administration put a complete stop to that. So last year, with the Biden administration, there was a group of us that really felt like we need to bring this back to the forefront. We were so frustrated that at the annual Pride event at the White House, there was so few out bisexual people who were invited to represent our community at that annual event. And yet all of us here know that we are the majority of the community. And so we decided that we wanted to organise an event with the White House. We were allowed 14 people in the room, and we could present to the White House and HHS, and we focused on our health concerns. This is the group of us that got to that meeting. After that, we decided we just didn't want to stop from there. We had a wonderful community event hosted at AIDS United last year, and we decided to form a coalition. We don't want to recreate the world. We don't want to form a 501c3. Running an organisation is a huge amount of work, but there's a group of us that are volunteering to help bring our voices together at a national level. You can go to the next slide, please. There are many different organisations around the country that are doing work for BiPlus advocacy, but we need to have a stronger voice here in our nation's capital, at HHS, at the White House, at the largest national LGBTQIA+ organisations in this country, because we are tired of walking around and not being seen and heard and being lumped into a bucket and expected just to be included, you know, with everyone else's concerns in a very binary matter, and we're not. And we know that younger generations behind us are refusing to stay in those buckets, and there's never been a more urgent time than now to advocate for non-binary sexual orientations. So if we go to the next slide, we will see that footsteps. So the footsteps from last year, was to have another event in 2023. And we've accomplished another event in 2023. We are here at the Human Rights Campaign, which is the largest national advocacy organisation for our rights in Washington, DC. And I'm so grateful and pleased that we have done that. And of course, we've got HHS coming to us to speak this afternoon with Adrian Shanker. So as we go through today, we're going to hear from some incredible presenters, and I want you to all consider, what do you see for next year? Like, one day, I want to see BiPlus pan colours displayed on the White House. You know, I want every national LGBTQIA+ organisation to be talking about us, to put our concerns front and centre. We're going to hear from Mackenzie in a second about our community, and I'm probably going to repeat what Mackenzie's going to say, but most trans people are bisexual, and it's great that we have put trans lives and trans concerns forward. That needed to happen. We need to remember that trans people have a sexual orientation as well. And where are we? How are we being considered? So the next slide, I think, is my last one. Oh, language, it's not. Okay, so when we decided to form BiPlus Organizing, we wanted to be really mindful to be as inclusive as possible. So this text is from our website, where we recognize that there's not one word that accurately describes how we all feel. So we did very in-depth work to establish who is included, and it's essentially people who can experience attraction to multiple genders or more than one gender. We make up the majority of the LGBTQIA+ community. We also explicitly centre those who are at the axis of multiple systems of oppression and commitment to using language that honours their perspectives. So we really want to hold this centre in our work. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that we did a whole workshop led by River to establish our mission and our vision and what we do. So I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but you can go to BiPlus Organizing US.org to see what we're doing. Everybody's invited. We really invite, if you go to the next slide, the national organisations that are supporting us today. We're extremely grateful for the financial donations from HRC and from GLAAD and from the task force that are going to pay for our food and beverage and reception today. All of the other organisations have given in-kind support. Like, we have Megan Townsend from GLAAD, who's flown from LA today. Megan has had reports coming out. Megan's going to present to you this afternoon. I cannot believe that Megan got on a plane yesterday, maybe? I don't know. To come present to us today. And GLAAD supported her travel and you know, in helping pay for the refreshments, and of course the HRC space and all that kind of stuff. And so really this is what this coalition wants us to do. Before I forget, Mackenzie, PFLAG got paid for Mackenzie to be here as well. We don't want to go create another organisation that's going to compete with these people. We want to be represented by these organisations. And I think being here today is such a tremendous leap forward, not just a step forward. This is a leap forward. Because our concerns are within these organisations and they need to be put front and centre. The next slide, I think, is, okay, the Slido. If you scan the QR code, what is one word that can describe how it feels to be BiPlus? I will tell you, I put superpowery. Feel free to add any of your words, and they can be on a spectrum. Sometimes, to me, it does feel lonely and forgotten and different. But more and more I'm realising that our non-binary sexual orientations kind of gives us insight into humanity. I believe we're spiritual beings having a human experience. And there are so many different layers of who we are. And I think my personal identifying as being BiPlus helps me see the world in a new way. So this is available online as well. Expansive, open. I think if you've all used Slido before, you know, the most common words are the ones that come up larger. Confusing but not confused. Yeah. Inclusive, limitless, unique. And so just like our identities, there's a whole spectrum of different ways to feel about this. And I think by coming together in community in this way, by educating ourselves, by empowering ourselves, by entertaining ourselves, we can make the future brighter for ourselves and future generations. So with that, I think my next slide goes to Mackenzie, but Nicole is going to introduce Mackenzie. So thank you so much for being here today. We were hoping that the storm was just going to pass on by. But it's a lot lighter than we thought it was going to be, wasn't it? It's not bad. So thank you very much for being here. Nicole!
Hello, good morning everyone. Good morning, hello. So I have the unique and distinct honor of introducing Mackenzie Hart, who uses they, them pronouns. They are the Learning and Inclusion Manager for PFLAG, working with the Straight for Equality program, which aims to invite, educate, and engage new allies in the effort to achieve full inclusion for people who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer. Mackenzie has been with PFLAG National since March of 2021, and now I'm going to take some time to do Mackenzie's, what I like to call, highlights. So Mackenzie's during her time at GLAAD did run bi-week for years, so definitely make sure to give them a huge shout out for that, as well as running 2 bisexual ally trainings for PFLAG. And Mackenzie currently resides in New York City with their cat. I think it's You said Saoirse? Yes. Saoirse, got it. The best cat in the whole world, which is an actual note that was written in. And beyond the advocacy work, Mackenzie is a songwriter, a politics nerd, and a staunch devotee of Conway Jepsen. Welcome, Mackenzie.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Good morning. So if we can turn to the next slide, we can start. Or the slide after that. Or, oh, we need to switch presentations. I remember how technology works. So today what I'm going to be talking about is about half an hour of some Bi 101. And I want to recognize that I know that most of us in this room probably have some level of familiarity with a lot of what I'm going to be talking about. And so instead of just presenting the content kind of straight on, I'm going to give you a little bit of a behind the scenes approach, because this is part of trainings that we do at PFLAG for different clients, different organizations, and for people who are very, very early on in their ally journey. And so I want to give some kind of color, a little bit of perspective as to why we talk about what we do, kind of how we frame it, and just think of it as a little preview on that end, but a way to level set for the day. So on the next slide, once again, my name is Mackenzie Chance Hart. I use they, them pronouns. I identify as bisexual and non-binary, and I'm the Learning and Inclusion Manager at PFLAG. And so in my role, I work on a lot of creating curriculum, a lot of presenting curriculum, working with organizations, with companies all around the country and even all around the world on educating people on how to be allies. PFLAG is very, very much focused on working with allies and potential allies, whether they're family members, whether they're colleagues, friends, co-workers, anything along those lines, so that they can be better servicing the LGBTQ+ community and people in their lives who they care about. Shameless plug, I did bring a few copies of our course catalog, and so if there is anything that you'd like to learn more about with that, feel free to grab one. If there's any way that you think it could be helpful in your workplace, I just had a few extra copies, so I made sure to bring them. No pressure, I'm not usually that shameless. And so on the next slide, or the one after that, when we start talking about most of what we talk about at PFLAG, we really make sure to remind everyone that every single person has each of these characteristics. And Fiona kind of just mentioned this as she was speaking, which I think is helpful, but a lot of people who are early in their journey don't necessarily realize that it is not unique to queer people to have an assigned sex or a gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, but every single person on the planet has these different characteristics. And they are going to vary from person to person, and they're going to line up differently, of course. But once we are working with people so they understand that they have these characteristics too, even if they don't identify as queer, it helps us to then frame the conversation. And so on the next slide, we then define sexual orientation. And we define it in this kind of expansive way as talking about the emotional, the romantic, the sexual, the physical feelings that someone might have to other people or to know people, that every single one of us has a sexual orientation. And when we do any BiPlus trainings, I do say this is what we're going to be talking about for the majority of this presentation. We're talking specifically about sexual orientation. And we give this spectrum as kind of a visual model of helping people to understand that sexual orientation is much more than just gay being attracted to the same gender as your own, or straight only being attracted to a gender different than your own, but that there's a lot of room in the middle that could fit under the bisexual plus umbrella, which we do define a little later. And also that this is not a perfect model, that there are people who identify as asexual and more defined by the lack of attraction that they have to other people. And so by providing this right off the bat, our allies and potential allies are able to better understand that there's a lot more to this conversation and to these identities than are necessarily reflected otherwise. And on the next slide, I always make sure to mention the word monosexual, because a lot of people have not heard it. And I'm sure most of us in this room, if not all, know that monosexual means people who are only experiencing attraction to one other gender, so people who are straight, gay, or lesbian. But a lot of people don't really even know this word exists. And as someone who's, of course, in the bi space, both physically, emotionally, metaphorically, I do tend to use the word monosexual quite a bit. It's become a kind of shorthand to me, and to me, it's similar to the way that we might talk about the word cisgender. Because, of course, there are numerous differences between monosexual orientations. Of course, straight people are going to have different experiences than gay people and different experiences than lesbian people, in the same way that a cisgender man and a cisgender woman will have very different experiences, or a cisgender straight person is going to have different experiences than a cisgender queer person. And that it's never to say, oh, every monosexual has so much more privilege than anyone who's not monosexual. But it is to say that there are a lot of situations where there are similar monosexual experiences that people have, And when we were talking about BiPlus people, we're kind of talking outside that sphere and some different experiences that we have. And so it's just a helpful way to frame the issue, and it's helpful to just define the word so that way people are not as confused. Next slide. We then very, very quickly do a slide on gender identity and gender expression. Our training model at PFLAG tends to be that we haven't really done the bisexual training for a client until they have done the trans-inclusive training or trans allyship training, so we don't need to dive in as deep, and most people attending are familiar with what these terms mean. But what we really emphasize here is that people of any gender identity can identify as bisexual plus. That bisexuality and sexual orientation is different. It is outside of these buckets, and these define their own experiences. We also make the case that people of any gender expression can identify as any sexual orientation or as bisexual plus specifically. So we make sure that we clarify this up front to remind people that yes, you can be a man, you can be a woman, you can be non-binary, genderqueer, any gender identity you could express as masculine, androgynous, feminine, any gender expression, and you can identify as any sexual orientation. And there's not necessarily going to be any overlap between these identities or expressions and sexual orientation. And that's something that some people need clarified off the bat. And then the last slide in this section, we do mention that not everyone sees gender or sexuality as binary, that there are numerous cultures and histories around the world that have actually celebrated the concept of a third gender. And so we talk about two-spirit or mahu or any of the other words that you see on this slide, and we remind everyone that when we are having these conversations in America and to an extent in European countries, we are looking at this from a very Western perspective, and that there are cultures that have celebrated, revered, and might even have legal protections for people who fall out of these binary cis man and cis woman categories. And the assumption that anyone else around the world is going to have the same attitude about gender identity or expression is flawed, because there are other cultures that have this more expansive view. And so while I'm never going to be able to speak from perspectives of these different cultures as I'm not a member, it is important that people know that these conversations are out there, this respect is out there, and that our way of viewing things is not the only way. And then very, very importantly, as I'm sure we all know, identifying as any of these labels when we are not a member of that culture is cultural appropriation. It is not okay, and we shouldn't be doing that. So even if you see a word here that might resonate with you, if you're not a member of that culture, that is not the label that you should be using. And that is something people need to hear as well. So in the next section, we talk about some specific BiPlus terminology. Next slide as well. And I define the bisexual plus umbrella, or bisexual plus, BiPlus, as kind of this visual way of thinking about so many different identities that can mean having attraction to more than one gender. And in the language for BiPlus Organizing US, it hits some of the similar points where there's not ever going to be one single word that defines everyone's experience, because language is very important. People have different words they use, different definitions for the words they use. But we share a lot of common experiences as people who can be attracted to more than one gender. And so by using the bisexual plus umbrella, or BiPlus, we're able to encompass so many of these different words under that shared experience. And it can be just helpful for shorthand, helpful to have those conversations, while also being respectful of the wonderful differences that exist under this umbrella as well. And so the next slide, we define the word bisexual. And we use Robin Oakes' definition here, meaning that the term refers to a person, and I'm going to read it directly just so I get it right. Refers to a person who acknowledges in themselves the potential to be attracted romantically, emotionally, and sexually to people of more than one gender, not necessarily at the same time, in the same way, or to the same degree. I also make sure that we hit right off the bat when people have the question of, oh, doesn't bi mean two? I say, yes, bi as a prefix means two, but instead of thinking it as these binary genders of man or woman, think of it as one, genders like your own, two, genders unlike your own. Because bisexuality is an inclusive word, it is an inclusive identity, and looking at it that way can kind of help people get over a little bit of that block. We also share the bisexual pride flag, and on the next slide we have a little bit more information about it. So in 1998, the bisexual pride flag was designed. The pink represents sexual attraction to the same sex, blue represents sexual attraction to the opposite sex, and purple represents the overlap that relates to both sexes in this case. This is a binary view of looking at it. Some people define it as pink is for feminine people, blue for masculine, and purple for everything else. So there are different ways of looking at it, but we wanted to make sure to represent the original intent and kind of looking at it as in that way and considering it in those meanings. And so the next slide, we do lift out the word pansexual very specifically because people have a lot of questions about pansexuality, and so we give this definition from the PFLAG glossary as someone who is emotional, romantic, or physical attraction is inclusive of all genders and biological sexes. We include the pansexual pride flag. Again, color coding is really helpful. And we point out the fun fact that we actually don't know who created this flag, but it was around 2010, and that's kind of an interesting fun fact here. The reason that we left this word out, and I explain it this way when doing trainings, is because a lot of people do use the word pansexual. It is something that has come up quite a bit, and in turn it has created, a lot of people have the misinterpretation that there's one key objective difference between bisexual and pansexual. And what is that exact difference? That is a question that I'm asked constantly as someone who does this training work. I'm sure other people in this room have had that experience. And the frustrating but true answer is that there's not just one difference between the two words, because everyone uses language to describe themselves differently. And so rather than fixating on saying, okay, well, if bi means this, then pan should mean this, instead of fixating on that, listen to individual people as they define themselves, because respect is the most important thing. And so this is one part of the presentation where I always say language and terminology are tools to help us be respectful, to help us be better allies. It is not the be-all, end-all. It's a tool to help us respect others. Making sure that we do take that time to actually respect others is what's going to matter way more than looking at definitions that I have given you in a space or anything along those lines. And listening to individual people and how they use the language they use is where you're going to get much farther. On the next slide, I do also make sure that I talk about the word queer, because one, there's still a lot of questions from the spaces that we are doing allyship work of saying, oh, am I allowed to use that word? I thought it was a bad word, I thought it was a slur, which of course it has the history of being pejorative and it's been reclaimed by some people but not all. And so I talk a little bit about the history. I also then make the case that there's a misconception that views on the word queer are generational, that people who are older are never going to like it and people who are younger are always going to like it. And that's just not true. I have met people younger than me who really don't like the word queer. I have met 96-year-old activists who love the word queer. And so once again, it's about respecting the language that people want to use and not using this word unless someone defines themselves with it or says that they're okay with it. Now, the reason that we put this into the bisexual training so specifically is because the word queer comes up in this space quite a bit, where people might use it as a way to have some wiggle room, some non-specific language because they know that they identify as something other than straight, but they're not necessarily sure if there's a specific word that they feel resonates with them. They might resonate the most with the word queer. And so it is something that I feel like I'm anecdotally hearing a lot more in multi-gender attraction spaces. But once again, we do make the case that it cannot be used interchangeably of the word bi, that it is going to be specific circumstances and listening to the context and respecting the context. Then, of course, on the next slide, we once again talk about respecting language. I've already made that point a lot. One other thing we do mention, though, is respect the language that people use in whatever space they're in, because we might use different words in different spaces. I pretty consistently use the word bisexual and non-binary, but I do know some people who in this room today might say pansexual, but in an allyship training might say bisexual. And so respecting the language that they're using and being mindful of that is a real ally behavior. And then in the next slide, I do quickly define the terms bisexual erasure and biphobia. The way that I kind of frame this is talking about bi erasure as, challenging the legitimacy of bisexuality either as an identity or about one single person saying, oh, you know, I don't know if they're actually bi. I feel like, you know, maybe they're just not ready to come out, or, oh, maybe they just want attention and they're saying this now, and of course we all in this room know that that's wrong. I then make the direct correlation to biphobia, which I kind of define as being the external, outward, hateful, vitriolic, potentially violent extension of bi-erasure. That when people start making assumptions based in misinformation and bisexual erasure, they might be then more likely to act out in biphobic manners. One example that I often give of this is the belief that bi people are going to be more inherently likely to cheat, and partners getting jealous and entering jealous rages, and then acting out in violent manners or harmful manners because of that misinformation that they've received. That is one thing that comes up here. And then on the last slide in this section, I just include the Bisexual Manifesto, just to touch a little bit on our history. What I always shout out is that the Bisexual Manifesto very intently or intentionally was not binary. It very, very clearly in its language pushed bisexuality beyond just the male, female, man, woman binary. That this has been a real touchstone in our culture, and there's still a lot of misinformation about the word bisexual and about some of our experiences when that is something that has been approached. And so I just showed this up because a lot of people who are allies actually don't even know that the Bisexual Manifesto exists. And so this is a portion of it that we pulled out. I'm going to take a sip of water, I'll let people take photos. I saw a few phones come out, and then I'll move on to the next section. Alright, and we can go to the next slide, thank you. So in this next section, I talk about some quick facts about the bi community. And we often include a few slides here where we did a Google search. My colleague Jamie actually did a search engine search of the phrase bisexual celebrities. When you look here, you see there's not a ton of diversity in any way, shape, or form. Not in gender identity, not in gender expression, not in race identity, not in body size identity, not in ability. That we are seeing a real lack of representation of the diversity of bisexual experiences. And then we include this as a visual that's closer to the bigger picture. It's of course never going to be perfect as one single image, but showing that there are a lot more experiences and identities and expressions that can fall under the bi umbrella and the bi experience. So on the next slide, I do talk a little bit about intersectionality, because you've probably all noticed, but intersectional becomes quite a bit of a buzzword in a lot of spaces where people don't necessarily actually know what intersectionality is talking about, that they are instead using it as a tool to say, you know, two different identities, intersectional, call it a day, or, you know, even saying, you know, this just seems like nonsense, it's pop culture, I don't need to listen to it. When it's an academic theory and it's a lens by which to look at identity and look at the way that interactions can happen based on those identities, and acknowledging that no person is going to ever be able to be examined or analyzed as just one of their identities, but it's going to be the intersection of all of them. And so, for example, if someone is Muslim and a lesbian, you can't look at them as just Muslim or just a lesbian. You have to look at them as the experience of being a Muslim woman who is also a lesbian, and looking at it that way. Now, one reason why I do lift this up is because research is not fantastic at covering the intersections, especially when it comes to the already limited research we have about bi identities. That there are some severe limitations on those experiences and on how they are analyzed in statistics, and how it's broken out into different data categories. And so when we look at some of the research, and we're going to go through a little bit of the research, it's grouping bisexual people into this one kind of central bucket, which one also erases people who might use words like pansexual or fluid or queer or other words, because it is by default using just the word bisexual. But two, is also not necessarily showing the whole picture based on how different identities intersect and the different experiences people might have based on race or religion or gender or other things along those lines. And so on the next couple slides, we do talk about some different data. I mentioned that people in the United States that 3.1% identifies as bisexual in the reporting we used, as opposed to smaller numbers who identify as gay or lesbian. Like Fiona mentioned, a majority of trans and non-binary people identify within the bisexual plus umbrella, with some different words that do come up in this reporting. And then I also very clearly make the case that when we are looking at LGBTQ young people, so millennials and Gen Z, it is more likely that they are going to identify under the bisexual plus umbrella. I try not to provide too much conjecture on that, but I think that the more expansive use of language, wider spread resources, ideally some higher level of safety is probably one reason why we're seeing this on a generational step. On the next slide, I do make sure that we talk about how bisexual people make up a majority of the LGBTQ plus community, but that we are less likely to be out in all of these different spheres. So we are either going to only be up to a couple people, we might not be up to anyone, and it's very rare that we're going to be out to most of the important people in our life, as compared to significantly higher numbers for people who are gay and lesbian. One thing that I always make sure to tell clients, because I don't think that they necessarily know the experience, is that one reason for this is because we are often coming out to the same person numerous times. I always tell a story about one of my childhood best friends, the type of friend I have that we talk once a year. We'll wish each other happy birthday on occasion, and if we're in the same place, we try to hang out, but I haven't seen her in many years. But every time we see each other, every time we talk, it's like no time has passed. We're just that type of friendship. If I were to text her right now and say, hey, I'm in DC and I need something, she would get on the next flight out of Boston to come here and help me, and vice versa. That's the friendship that we have. When I told her that I was bi, she was very lovely about it. The next time we talked about it, she said, oh, did you choose a side yet? And I recognize, I think it was high school. So I recognize that she has grown since. That is the positive end to that story. But I then had to come out to her again. And that is not an uncommon experience. We are often coming out to the same people. So even when we are out, people might not necessarily perceive us as actually being out. On the next slide, we do talk about some of the disparities that we face. And I will say some of this is a little triggering. We won't go into depth by any means, but we do report that we have lower family incomes than both straight and gay people. We report higher rates of considering and even attempting suicide. And we have faced higher rates of mood disorders, substance abuse, intimate partner violence than both our straight and gay peers. And so the point that I always make on this slide is that these are not a result of our identity, they're a result of the lack of access to resources that we have. Much like when we talk about higher rates of these issues in the gay and lesbian community as opposed to the straight community, it is not because being queer makes you have these issues. It is because we don't have the same level of access and respect as our straight and cisgender peers. And so on the next slide, I go through some of these different experiences we might have. So talking about in relationships that bi people of all genders face higher rates of sexual assault and intimate partner violence than our straight and gay peers. That is across the board. So bi cis women, bi cis men, trans and non-binary bi people, we face higher rates than our respective counterparts in our gender identities who are not bi plus. We talk about how we are not out to the same level as other communities to our healthcare providers. Fiona actually mentioned that, Rebecca mentioned that. So that is something that has a direct impact on our health. And I always tell a story here that when I was in high school at one point, a doctor said to me, oh, do you have a girlfriend? At the time I was not dating anyone, and I recognize in retrospect that he was trying to ask about my activity and healthcare. But I said, no, I don't have a girlfriend. And then to his credit, especially for the time period and for my age, he said, oh, do you have a boyfriend? That is more than a lot of doctors would say, and I recognize that. But I also didn't have a boyfriend at the time, so I said no. And then that was the end of the conversation. It was not getting to what he was actually asking, and it wasn't inclusive. When I was an adult a few years ago, I had a new doctor, and she asked me a question, and I think she phrased it as, if you were seeking relationships or relations with someone, would you be seeking it with women or with men, or both? And it was so much more affirming. Even though it was still very binary in its approach, I was like, oh, I'm able to be safe with my doctor now. And I was able to say, both, all. And so that was able to help her inform my healthcare as I needed it. And it was something just as simple as being inclusive in language that gave me that opportunity. And so that often wakes some people up and makes them say, oh, that's something I can do. I always make the case that we talk about sexual orientation and gender identity as so outside of religion or opposed to religion, but we actually find that a vast majority, over 4/5 of bi individuals, report that they are some level of religious or spiritual. So talking about religion and faith communities includes bi people. We also report that less than half of BiPlus youth report that they know an adult in their life who they can talk to when they're sad. That's one area where allies can really step up and say, you know what, I want to be that safe space for a young person in my life. And then we also do mention that bi people are parents, that having conversations about parenthood and parenting issues has to include bi people. And so we do see some differences based on gender and sex and everything, but we do see that bi people are parents and should be included. And then the last slide in this section is one that I really try to frame up for people, especially when working with ERGs, pointing out that there is actually no significant statistical difference in the level of discrimination that we as bi people face in straight spaces and in gay and lesbian or LGBTQ+ spaces. And so this is when I shout back to a lot of those disparities that we saw. That means that if something were to happen to one of us in this room and we needed to see a resource and we went to talk to someone in a straight space, we would likely be excluded because of our sexuality. And then on the flip side, if we then say, okay, let's go find an LGBTQ+ space to have this conversation, to have this resource, it's also very likely we're going to be excluded there. And so where do we go? But because I love a silver lining, I always frame this as the opportunity slide, as saying, this is where you can make a real difference. This is where inclusive language, inclusive actions, making sure that you are being mindful and thoughtful about bi people means that you are going to be able to change this, that you can make your spaces inclusive and we can see these statistics change. And so I try to use it as kind of that punch to the gut, but then that moment of opportunity to say, this is really where you can take those steps. And so I'm not going to do the next portion of the presentation because it's very much framed for allies, but we then go through a series of questions for allies to ask themselves about how they can be more inclusive, how they might have made mistakes in the past, and what they can do to rectify them in the future. But with that, I'm going to turn to the last section, which are just a couple of quick resources. So on the next slide, you can follow PFLAG and Straight for Equality, which is the vertical program that I am a part of at PFLAG, where you are able to stay up to date with our work. We do a monthly show called Something to Talk About Live. We did one in early September about the power of media for bi youth. That was not really the conversation we ended up having because it was very free-flowing and wonderful in that way. But we do have a lot of different bi-focused episodes that you can stay in touch with, and they can be some great ways to start some of those conversations without needing to take that step yourself or in an awkward situation. On the next slide, simply because we are in DC, I do feel a need to shout out that we have our national convention in just under a month. It's going to be in Arlington. And if you'd like to learn more about that, pflag.org/events/learningwithlove 2023 is where you can go. Megan from GLAAD is, I don't believe, going to be there, but a couple of others from GLAAD will be there. A couple people from HRC will be there, so we're going to have a great time. But if since you're in the area, think about taking a look. And then we are going to do questions in just a second, but if we go to the last slide, I do have a link. Next slide. I do have a link designed specifically for all of you today, which has all of the research that we used to make this presentation, links to the resources that I mentioned, links to the organizations that we love, so that you can kind of stay up to date and take a look around if you're interested in any of what we used. But with that, that was exactly half an hour. Don't know how that happened, but we have a few minutes for Q&A if you have any questions, but thank you all for listening.
I can help with microphone round if you've got questions. Yeah, and then use that one. Okay, I can microphone round. Okay, great. And by the way, oh my God, sorry. table so that if you suddenly get a thought, oh, I need to write that down, use these post-it notes. Either keep it yourself or like these two big pieces of paper here. We can slack all of our questions and ideas and things throughout the day on there. So that's what that's for. But yeah, let's go.
Hi. First of all, thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. I want to say that I really particularly appreciated how you discussed pansexuality in relation to bisexuality, and really emphasizing that there is no hard line in the sand, and we're brothers and sisters more than anything else. And I was curious if you had any advice. This is something that I've come across both personally and professionally. This idea that some people have where they think that pansexuality is a bit of a more progressive or evolved sort of term in relation to bisexuality. That's sort of like hearts not hearts, like the idea that pansexuality is a move away from bisexuality as opposed to kind of like a more inclusive pairing. And I haven't really been sure how to approach that kind of conversation with people. And I was just curious if it was something that you had any experience with or advice on.
Tons. I would say first and foremost, I do think taking a look back at the Bisexual Manifesto has been something really helpful for me, because that is archived history. That is something that has been very firmly set in language for over 30 years now, over 30 years now. And so starting there, looking at some of that language and acknowledging that this has been kind of set, that within bi communities, we've kind of understood this as being beyond just that binary, since at least then, much before then as well, that there's less official history around that. I would also say that the way that I talk about the prefix bi and bisexual as being one, genders like your own, two, genders unlike your own, has helped a lot of people better understand where it is that we're coming from and saying, okay, that makes much more sense. And kind of framing it that way has been really helpful. I would also say that, because this is my identity, I have found that when people who say, oh, I'm pansexual because I can be attracted to trans and non-binary people, it kind of bothers me as a trans non-binary person, because it feels like they are looking at me in a less inclusive manner, looking at me as an other. And I know that's an experience that a lot of binary trans people have expressed as well, saying, well, you're using a different word to say you're attracted to me as a trans person, but I identify as a man or identify as a woman. Why am I not already included in that? And so acknowledging that there are different impacts to the way that language is described and acknowledging that side of things can be helpful, and trying not to be as aggressive with it, or telling someone, oh, you shouldn't use that language, because that's never helpful and it's not inclusive-minded. Probably less aggressive than I just was, and I hope I wasn't too aggressive there. But acknowledging that there are different ways that language works, and if we're trying to be inclusive, making sure that we're keeping that in mind down the line, and saying, and including people and acknowledging their identity and respecting their identity as it is. But I really do think that going back to the Bisexual Manifesto and describing it as never being binary, never being just about man or woman, describing that as kind of a misinterpretation of what this identity is, that's always been much more complicated than just both, quote unquote, can be a really helpful first step to take. But it is a conversation that comes up a lot, and I think it can be a really interesting conversation so long as everyone is going into it being mindful of growth and being kind about it rather than trying to win a debate, if that makes sense.
Who else has a question?
Thank you so much, Mackenzie. That was great. I have two questions. The first is, has PFLAG considered adding a B at the end of its name?
So, explanation on PFLAG. So PFLAG used to stand for Parents, Families, and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. That is no longer the case. As of 2014, I believe we went from an acronym to an initialism, is how it's been explained. I was not a PFLAG at the time, so I was not part of those conversations by any means. And so we don't use that full spelt out. So we haven't considered that just because we don't use that full we don't use our name as an acronym anymore.
That makes sense, thank you. My other question is, I think, at least for me, some of the most painful conversations I have or discrimination I face is from the gay and lesbian community. And I guess my question is the onus like on bisexual plus people, do you think, to really fight against that, or do you think there's like a bigger role for organizations like PFLAG to really take the charge there? Because it feels like impossible as one person to convince all these people, right?
Absolutely. So I think the onus for allyship is always going to be on the allied community and people who are not a member of a marginalized or more marginalized group. So I think that gay and lesbian people really do need to step up, but I think it's also true of gay and lesbian and bi people to an extent around trans issues as well, that we really do need to be stepping up to support each other and remembering our community to one another. I think that there's absolutely a role for larger LGBTQ plus organizations to make sure that they are putting the work in. So at PFLAG, we do now have 2 bi-focused trainings. We have several bi people on staff, and it's a conversation that is happening more, and we're trying to be more inclusive of bi identities in the trainings we already have. So for example, in our When Someone Comes Out training, we have a few slides very specifically about bisexuality and about how bi people make up the majority of the community, and there are different issues that go along with it. And so that's one area. I know that other organizations are also doing that work. So I think the onus definitely is on those communities and those organizations. That being said, I do think that there are things that we as bi people can do every day. One, constantly reaffirming the language we use when it's safe to do so, of course, but making sure that when it might feel easier to not use the word bisexual, really put that effort in and say, no, I'm going to use that word. When people have good-natured questions or curious questions that maybe they are not phrasing the right way, if we have the energy and we're able to, taking that extra time to say, okay, you know what, I do want to have this conversation with you, rather than saying, oh my god, I can't believe you'd say that, or no, I'm not going to answer that, go Google it. Because of course Google is not going to lead people to the right places. But knowing that, when we are able to be out in the spaces we're in, that is a level of privilege that a lot of other bi people don't have, but by working in those spaces and by using the privilege that we have, we can make some of those changes. I don't think that the onus should be on us, but I think that as part of a larger community, we can take some of those steps alongside some of the other major work that is hopefully happening. And one last thing on language too, using the language that someone else has used, even in those spaces where it might not seem convenient, can be so helpful. There have been times in the past where I have had friends who use the word pansexual or who use different words, and when having conversations with my family, I might not have actually even acknowledged that they were queer because I was being abrasive, or it was like, I don't want to have a conversation and have to define this word at this moment in time. But looking back, that is something that I could have done as an ally to my friends and my loved ones, to my fellow community members. And so I think that those day-to-day steps are things that we can do that shouldn't necessarily be our responsibility, but it's what we should all be doing anyway. Sorry, that was a long answer, but...
Does anyone else have a question? Because I've got one in the general. Okay, good.
Thank you. Hi, again, thanks for sharing and everything. The presentation was so informative and nice. Mine is, I'm just wondering how and maybe this is a little more personal too, but how do you stay reaffirmed in your identity when there is kind of people the bi erasure and maybe for people who haven't dated a lot of people, so they feel oh, I don't have the quote unquote receipts to back it up, and they know oh, that's dumb, that doesn't make sense, but there's so much erasure. Sometimes how do you stay strong in your identity in that moment?
Thank you for that question. And also, so I wrote a joke a year ago, and I have not had anyone ask that question yet, but I'm always waiting as a trainer for someone to say, oh, well, how much experience have you had dating people of different genders? And so I can make the joke saying, the old phrase is those who cannot do, teach. I'd rather teach you about bisexuality than be an active bisexual, because I just can't, I'm bad at dating. Not an uncommon experience. But I will say, to the larger question you're asking, for me, I kind of feel driven by the lack of support, the lack of information or the lack of acceptance, because it makes me feel like I'm in in spaces where I can make a difference, and staying really true to myself and true to my identity and true to my community and really pushing that has had measurable differences. I have seen people's opinions change, and it's not an overnight thing, it's been gradual work, but I kind of feel driven by that negative energy almost when I see comments. They of course bother me, but it makes me really feel stronger in my own identity as someone who identifies as bi and as someone who has the opportunity to really keep talking about it. And so that is something about my personality as well, that I tend to be a little bit petty in those situations where if you say, oh, you're not bi enough, then I'll prove you wrong. I'll be so bi that you won't be able to think of me as anything else. And so that has been kind of how I approach it, though of course still having those days of recognizing it can be really hard. It can be difficult to not be able to talk about things to the same level or having different experiences as other people or outside of what the norm is. But for me, it just really does affirm the work that is being done and the importance of being a visible figure in that extent and talking about the language and important issues that matter to me.
Nice. Okay, I'll throw mine out then. So our label bisexual is very sexualized. You know, it's got the word sexual in the label. And so I think, you know, that's part of the biphobia and bistigma. That our identity is seen more as sexual than it is romantic and or emotional. My question then leads into, it's interesting to me that on presentations, when people are listing different labels and identities, you know, say bisexual, pansexual, asexual, so on and so forth. But asexual, anyone can be asexual, like bisexual people can be asexual, straight people can be asexual. And so for me, when you break down the difference between romantic and or emotional and or sexual attraction, you kind of can see all sexual orientations, including straight or heteronormative, has been broken down into those two. So my question is, how do you think that messaging can change by the main LGBTQIA+ organisations into the future, so that bisexuals are seen less of just like a sexual thing, but more of like a non-binary orientation?
It's a good question. It's something that I think about a lot, and we have in a couple of our trainings started talking about sexual orientation, romantic orientation. I will say it's been really interesting because every time we do that breakdown, there is always someone in the chat who says, oh my god, maybe I'm asexual and never thought of it, maybe I'm this, or there's always at least one person who it really opens up a lot of doors for, and that's amazing. There's also a lot of reluctance to talk about it, especially because we do a lot of workplace trainings where people say, well, as soon as we're talking about that difference, we are now inherently talking about sex in the workplace, which I have my own opinion on that, of course. We are not giving sex ed, we are not giving graphic conversations about sexuality, but I understand it is something that people are cautious about. But I think in general, having those conversations about the different types of attractions that we might have does a lot more good for people, because people realize then that there are so many different ways to experience these different attractions, to experience love, to experience any of these types of phenomena. I remember at one point in college, I saw a comic graphic and it outlined the different types of attractions. So sexual attraction, romantic attraction, and then, you know, a few like aesthetic attraction, sensual, like there are a few different ones that came up in kind of different behaviors. And there was one that was called squish, and it was when you have an overwhelming like friend love for someone, where it is completely not sexual and it's not romantic in that traditional sense, but it's such a feeling there. And I remember when I learned that, it opened my eyes a lot to a lot of the friendships that I had had very intense emotions about, but they were not sexual or romantic. And anytime I've talked to some other people about that, it kind of happens for them as well, where they realize, oh, there's so many more ways to feel these emotions and to feel these types of attractions than just sexual. And that sexual and romantic are not always intertwined, that you might have a really strong romantic connection to someone and not have any sexual attraction, and vice versa. I feel like the inverse is talked about more in our media, where people are more sexually active and not invested in romantic orientation. That all being said, I think that having the conversations and breaking this, like, approaching this material with a lot of people will do a lot more good, and people will realize the immensity and the expansiveness of the human experience. My one caution when talking about it in queer-specific spaces is that I do worry that when not done properly, when not approached properly, we are then just desexualizing the queer experience. And while that is true for some people, that there might not be sexuality to it, and that is something that needs to be discussed more, when we start to go down that road, I do worry that people then develop kind of sex-negative attitudes and not wanting to talk about those experiences because they're quote-unquote inappropriate, or negating that, when queer sexuality is a very important part of many queer people's lives, and bisexuality is an important part of many bi people's lives, that it should never be negated, but it should always be a yes and. Saying, you know, yes, the word most commonly used is bisexual, but I might just use the word bi. Or I might say, you know, bi-romantic if I'm not talking about sexuality, and making sure that we're explaining those differences, but never, you know, never going so far to the other side to avoid that stereotype that we are losing that really key part of many people's experiences. Does that make sense?
Yes, brilliant. Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, let's give Mackenzie a round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to break for lunch, and so you can get a box of like funny tables. I was going to say we have when we were handing out, I'm looking for one, but there's a if you want to participate, this is not mandatory, but we have. Thank you so much. Thank you, Helen. So we've got this optional get to know you activity. And so there's questions there that you could consider asking yourselves or other people, like if you want to get to know someone that you haven't met before, there's an icebreaker question. Most of them are your own personal answers, but there's a couple of questions that have an answer. So if you don't know what that answer is, don't worry, we will reveal it at the end. If you want to share any pictures or anything on social media, we're doing the hashtag CBD2023. So CBD2023, I should put it on a slide, is our hashtag. And yeah, that's it. So help yourself to lunch, come sit down, and the next up we'll have the panel starting in about 30 minutes. So thank you. to invite our panelists up. We've got Nicole Holmes, who is a fabulous biohealth educator. We have Leroy Thomas from NCT, Communications Director. And we have Chris Tassone. Is it Tassone or Tassone? Yeah, whatever. Okay. Well, I want to say it the right way. Chris Tassone from the National Centre for Trans Equality as well. So yeah, give it up for them. We're going to need that other microphone. Excellent. So we wanted to have this panel to talk about specific concerns. So Mackenzie has kind of like started herself a framework to the context of the discussion. So this panel is here to think about policy concerns and about how lack of data and funding then affects our lives. So hopefully, I want us to have some kind of uplifting and some hope, because after that we're going to have Adrian Shankar, who's going to tell us how HHS is fixing it. So I think it's perfect. And I also invite all of you as well, again, like this can be a group, you can help me moderate if you like, so we can have community conversation about it. But I actually just want to start off first with each of our panelists doing a little bit more of an introduction of themselves. Tell us about your background and experience and what brings you here today to be on this panel.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nicole Holmes. I use she and they pronouns. And professionally, full-time, I do work for an organization based in DC. It's called NASDAQ. Similar to PFLAG prior to 2016, we were going by an acronym, which is the National Alliance of State and Territorial AIDS Directors. But since then, since 2016, we just adopted the word NASDAQ, and that is our official organization's name. I'm a manager of health equity, so essentially what I do within that organization is work with health departments, providing technical assistance, capacity building, training, and what have you, even review of their HIV programs to ensure that they're coming from an equitable space. What qualifies me to be in this seat? I was bored, if you want to have my number. But I do call myself a bi advocate because that is something that I do professionally as well as personally. I'm a living, existing bi person. And on talking about, or extending on what Fiona mentioned earlier about the importance of bi inclusion in data, not even bi inclusion, but since we're using BiPlus today, prioritization in data. So prioritization of bi folks in data. I actually released a manuscript with my lovely, lovely, lovely colleague, Dr. Lauren Beach, someone who, if you don't know, you should definitely look them up. They are a powerhouse as far as bi research is concerned, and we released one that was called Bisexual People's Utilization of Sexual Health Services in Chicago, and that was for a former organization that I was working with at the time, Center Hosted, which is the Midwest's largest and most comprehensive LGBTQ community center. Something that you're going to hear from me a lot today, and I think this is important with people on panels, but I definitely have to do it for myself, is I also like to tell y'all the ways that me as a bi person in general likes to experience joy, because sometimes when we have meetings such as this, we get so caught up in the thorns that we never share the roses. So let's look at it, zoom out from a full perspective of what also brings us joy. So for me, currently, I don't know what it is, but me and Disney Plus lock in. So I have watched and rewatched and will probably continue to rewatch 3 movies in particular. Mulan, Super Beauty, and Brave. They have just just got movies and stuff recently, so definitely love those. Grateful to be here. I'm going to stop talking now and pass it along to my lovely panelists.
Hi everyone, I'm Leroy Thomas. My pronouns are he and they. I am the Communications Director at the National Center for Transgender Equality. I'm very interested in story and storytelling, particularly telling stories of joy and as well as, the reality of hardship, unfortunately, that trans folks experience. But want to make sure to tell those stories intersectionally. I think that is very important for me as a Black and queer bisexual and trans person, including a number of other intersectioning identities as well. I'm really interested in talking about narrative, about the way that narrative and public opinion and social norms impact how bisexual folks are treated, and also the way that we show up in the world. And you know, some of that is joy, which is very important. And unfortunately, a lot of the media depictions, which, you know, I'm very interested in media, the media is not getting it right. Our movies, our social media, and those are things that I'm really interested in how we can showcase the full range of experiences, joys, and challenges. And I want to also speak to the relationship between bisexuality and transness, in particular in my own experience, my observations, as well as some of the overlapping and intersecting experiences of trans and bi folks. Thank you.
Hi friends, I'm Chris Tassone. I use they, them pronouns, and I am policy counsel at the National Center for Transgender Equality. So I do work a lot with Leroy. And a lot of my job at NCTE as policy counsel is working with Congress, with working with the White House, with working with administrative agencies to try to ensure that the most marginalized of our communities and the most historically overlooked of our communities are treated in new laws and new policies and new ways that we interpret those laws with the same equality as we have given others in society, so that trans people, the queer people, the bi people can have the same rights, privileges, and enjoyment of our society as everybody else. And so I'll be talking a little bit today coming from that perspective. So talking maybe a little bit about some of the laws, not getting in too deep, and talking a little bit about policies and sort of how we approach thinking about the laws, and also a little bit from a more theoretical approach of like how do we think about these spaces and these people, and how do we think about like what encompasses bisexuality, and how is that, can you tease that out from gender identity?
Thank you. Let's give Chris a round of applause as well. So in terms of framing, I'm going to start with a very direct healthcare related question. In terms of psychological and behavioural health compared to other sexual orientations, bisexual people experience higher levels of depression, anxiety, suicidality, substance use, HIV and other STDs, and overall psychological well-being. It's very heavy stuff. Why? Nicole?
Okay, so I hope folks are listening, because this is going to be a very long and drawn out answer. Stigma, thank you. But it really is stigma. I want to make it clear, especially Mackenzie, I'm going to be, you definitely captured when we were talking about intersectionality, the importance of not just listing things, but actually going into the purpose behind why we are talking about intersecting identities. So I want to make it very clear right now that we're going to be having discussions about health disparities, and the number one word that I want us to kind of take out of our vocabulary for this discussion is behavior. Because sometimes when we talk about health disparities, we notice that such and such is happening to this group, such and such is happening to that group. If we try to come to it from a behavioral perspective, you're missing the story, not to mention you are very harshly and very negatively stereotyping an entire group of people, which I'm sure as bi folks, you're no strangers to that. But honestly, stigma, that is the number one answer. We've seen through presentations today about how bi folks, even in spaces where lesbian and gay folks may feel more empowered to just be out, just be visible, that starting point. And how that ability and that space to feel seen affect health outcomes. So we want to make sure we're focusing more on stigma and how someone's essentially experience of being seen or being othered. We saw the words even from the, was it Slido? The service, the text server, was it Slido?
Yes.
Yeah, so we saw the words that were, some folks did have empowered, that was a very large word, but lonely was a large word too. So also making sure that one thing that doesn't always come up and isn't always addressed properly in data is our social health, and how even having events such as this with opportunities to network and just meet other living, breathing bi people can affect positively the health of not only the people who are showing up in this life as bi, but the folks who are also on the other side who are also bi, but also conducting this work too. That can also have an effect on your health, having to take in this information, this consistent information about your community and how it's negatively affected. But honestly, if you heard nothing else, stigma. Just hold on tight to that for this word.
Either of you two want to address that question? And if not, I was going to ask ideas for, go Leroy.
Yeah, approaching this from, a very much social standpoint, the stigma is really powerful, unfortunately. And what I have observed and heard from a lot of folks is, in particular, the discourse that I have seen, particularly around Black bisexual men, and the shame and the stigma that comes with that, particularly in the context of relationships, whether that is relationships, I'm primarily talking about cisgender folks, but whether folks are, bisexual men in relationships with cisgender women, or with cisgender men, or with trans folks, trans women as well, the shame that is placed upon bisexual folks, BiPlus folks, causes people to want to hide. And what we know about shame is that it doesn't put us in the right minds. And when it comes to sex and shame, which is, such a hard topic for a lot of folks, I think the idea of promiscuity, of riskier sex that folks may engage with when it comes to not wanting to face their own sexuality, to come out to themselves, to come out to their communities, and the way that shame can unfortunately lead to riskier behavior when it comes to STIs in particular.
And adding to that, making sure we're going back to that conversation about social health too. Sometimes what we may consider, at least on forms of paper, or even in schools of thought about riskier sexual activity, could be, if we really listen to folks' stories and experiences, opportunities to feel connected. So we saw the word lonely, we saw how large it was. Sometimes those stories make stem, well, for whatever reason, because I also don't want to be sex negative too. Why did I have sex with my condom? It feel good, damn it, any questions? So I want to make sure that I'm honoring that, but also telling the full story and how some folks may, have sex in a way that is considered risky on paper because that may have been a form of connectedness too. But also, sometimes it just feels good. Let's be real. Let's have that conversation. Let's have the full conversation.
Absolutely. Bringing this a little bit closer to sort of my area of expertise, the way that stigma shows up in government and in lawmaking is in erasure. So if you live in a house, you live in an apartment, if the faucet starts leaking and you hear that drip, 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 you're going to fix the faucet. But if there is a leaky pipe in the wall, you're not going to notice until that part of the wall starts caving in. The same way bisexuals and the BiPlus community, if you notice something is a problem in health disparities in other areas, you're going to go to the places you see. And because there's that stigma, we don't like to look at those things. We don't like, or at least historically have not liked to act on controversies in law. And so then we ignore that problem and we don't count that problem and we don't look at that problem. And when we don't see it and when we don't acknowledge it, it's easy to pretend it doesn't exist until then you have these big disparities in health and quality of life and everywhere else.
Yeah, I can feel Fiona's getting emotional again. But I think that analogy feels so perfect, just even on a day like today, you know, using that leak analogy just really hit me. And of course, it's also an equinox, by the way, that hasn't escaped me. Today's an equinox where we're in balance. But that's why we're here in the HRC building having this event. And I think that we are, you know, what stage are we at? Are we like running the tap? Are we, like, is the wall falling? I don't know, but I think that is such a powerful analogy, and I think it gives me, and I'm sure everyone else here, you know, further boost to keep doing this work, because we're not going to go away. We're not going to stop talking about this until everyone is recognised. Is everybody with me?
Yeah, we're just going to bring the walls crashing down.
That'll be fun.
And while we're on that subject, especially for those who may rent, going back to that analogy of the wall, you know, caving in, exploding either in or out, what have you. Also making sure, as those of us who are right advocates, demanding better when we're in those spaces too. Not just accepting what we may call the landlord special. I don't know if any of y'all ever lived in a building where something has been painted over 27 times. It's still gonna live through. That's not gonna help. So demanding better to be able to build a more structurally sound experience beyond just painting over 27 times and just hoping it will go away.
What are our calls to action here? And I'm going to add to that question. I'm so grateful that we've got two representatives from NCTE here. Back in my work with advocating for trans service members, I used to collaborate a lot with NCTE, and so I'm really thrilled that you two are here. I haven't had a chance to work with before, so it's really cool. But what intersections do you see with the advocacy for trans and non-binary rights, where a national narrative, as we all are aware, a lot of trans and non-binary people being attacked. I live in Texas, by the way. I know the accent sounds very Texan. I've lived in this country for 23 years and spent half of that time at least in Texas. And so that's very palpable to me. So when it comes to BiPlus advocacy and trans and non-binary advocacy, how can we help leverage both of those for our greater good?
I think it's important to recognize that we are talking like those are separate communities, and they are one community. Like was brought up earlier in the presentation, there are an awful lot of trans people who identify as bisexual. Over 20% of trans people from our USTS survey identified as queer, and another 15% or so identified as bisexual. So that's already a lot before we even start talking about the other types of identifiers and identities. So it's very much not two different communities. It is one community. We are all one community. We know from the past, every time we leave a piece of that community off, we are weaker, and it takes us longer to accomplish our goals in the end. So recognizing that that's the same community, and when you fight for trans rights, when you're talking about people who don't fit into that binary static gender mold, you are fighting for anybody's rights who doesn't fit into that static mold that was first envisioned by whoever created whatever law. So fighting for same-sex marriage, even though it's very much framed as fighting for gays and lesbians, is bringing bisexuals along, is bringing other queer-identified people along with it, but it would have been a much more robust rule over time if we would have had everybody there at the start. So now we have to make sure that we protect those spaces so they don't start getting picked apart at those edges where we couldn't have been stronger. And as far as everybody individually, if you are not registered to vote, please go vote. There is not a single thing you can do that's going to be more important in the next 400 days than voting.
Oh, yes. Talking about the intersecting identities lived experiences of BiPlus folks and trans folks, I think I would, I feel like I have to, of course, name the way that transness, non-binary identities, gender expansiveness really breaks open the idea, and I think Mackenzie spoke to this a little bit as well, breaks open the idea of sexuality. And I think that is a lot of the reason that many trans, non-binary folks do see themselves as bisexual, queer, pansexual, whatever the terminology might be that we use, is because attraction is complicated. Gender is complicated in the most beautiful way. And I think that that's something that's really important. And when we talk about the overlapping identities, the sort of Venn diagram that exists of our communities, what we find in the discourse is in the center of that diagram, I think we find some things that are both beautiful in terms of celebrating identities, celebrating difference, celebrating who we are, and owning that. And unfortunately, on the other side, a lot of what we hear towards both of these communities and in these overlapping communities is some of these key questions, unfortunately, of do we exist? Do we deserve love? Do we deserve health care? And I know that those questions are really hard, offensive. They should be easy. The answer is yes to all of them. However, I have to share one story. I have so many stories, but I'll share one story. As a person who is chronically online, as part of my personal life and as my role as communications director, I notice these trends on the internet. And I am occasionally on TikTok to the detriment of my sleep, I would say, scrolling in bed. But one thing that I noticed online was this trend of oftentimes we'll see someone on TikTok will ask the internet a question, and folks will respond with their own videos answering that question. And one of those questions that has come around again on the internet is, would you date a bisexual man? And people of various identities, sexual orientations, genders, answering that question. And I think the fact that anyone asks the question at all, expecting a different answer, is really where the problem starts. And I think that there is this this erasure that is really harmful to our communities when it impacts our social relationships, our sense of community. To say, would you engage in a romantic relationship with a person, say for example, a cis heterosexual woman, which I am not. Maybe I thought I was at one point. Asking that question, would that person date a bisexual man? Despite being heterosexual. But then sort of making this exception, oh, I'm heterosexual, but not for you. There's another example in media that I will just share briefly, which relates to the human connection that is so important that I've seen is, I love reality TV. I don't know if I will say that quietly just in case nobody, yes. There's a show called Love is Blind on Netflix.
Oh gosh, I saw that.
Yes.
And The Bachelorette and
Yes.
Perfect Match.
If you've seen it, there is some bisexual representation on these dating shows. However, it's not the best. And I think quite a lot about Black bisexual men, being one myself. There was a contestant who got engaged to someone, a Black man, a cisgender man, who got engaged. Throughout the courtship process, did not reveal, because we have this idea of disclosure, which both bisexual and transgender folks experience in dating, did not mention to the person in their dating that he was bisexual. And there was so much shame that he felt about his identity, and was so afraid of rejection, which is something that I think a lot of bisexual folks experience, that he did not tell his future partner that he was bisexual, and referred to it as, and I know that this is something that some people say as my past, as, oh, in college I did this, oh, you know, this is something, a narrative that we hear. And when, after the engagement, he finally told his partner, he became defensive. He was angry, preemptively, because he didn't want to be rejected. And that caused an argument, not because she didn't like that he was bisexual, but because they didn't talk about it, because he became so defensive about it. And I think this is really what starves us of this human connection. And it makes it really hard to be out, to advocate, to talk about love, and to experience love.
Thank you, Leroy. And I think one of the things that this ties into as well in the law, and I'd love to go to Chris, because when I was talking to Chris the other day, prepping for this panel, the representation in media and the stigmas that are reinforced through that then can go into a legal context, and like how our lives and who we are as people is portrayed in the courtroom, for example. Can you speak to us about that and your experience, please?
So being a lawyer but not a litigator, I've had a lot of conversations and done a lot of panels with litigators, and so we talk about the differences in our professions. So whether you are doing policy work where you're advocating for a large group of people, or whether you are an attorney who's in a courtroom representing one person, you are trying to show up and give that person or that group or that idea the best possible chance that they can have. And we are in an interesting place right here, and I went to law school here in DC, where some people are taking the bar in DC, some people are taking the bar in Maryland, some people in Virginia. Virginia has taken a very, we'll use quotes, traditional approach to lawyering, where if you take the bar in Virginia, you have to do it in a suit. Overwhelmingly, attorneys in Virginia find that when they go to court, not only do they have to wear a suit, but if they are a assigned female at birth attorney or a female presenting attorney, they are expected that that suit is going to have a skirt, and that is going to have heels, and probably you are going to have some sort of hosiery that goes with that. That is a very binary, heteronormative, white colonizer approach to professional business wear. And if you are someone who does not fit that mold, if you are non-binary, or if you are someone who may be female presenting but not female identifying, or don't want to wear a skirt.
You just don't want to wear a skirt.
Skirts, there are a lot of good reasons to not want to wear a skirt. And if you are in a skirt camp, you think that there's a lot of good reasons to wear a skirt, and that's great. I think you should wear whatever you can advocate best in. But if you are an attorney and you are in, and I will use a stereotype here, the crusty old white man judge is the judge you're presiding in front of, he's going to have his ideas on what you should wear too. And how is how you show up going to affect your client? If your client is there and you're representing them, you have to give them the most vigorous defense possible in most jurisdictions. And does that mean you have to hide who you are? Does that mean if you are what most people, when I walk down the street, I get ma'amed all the time. I know that when I show up in spaces, it doesn't matter how butch I act or how butch I look, everybody's going to ma'am me. And I'm going to manipulate that to my advantage if I have to. Because I have to show up in this world and I have to get shit done, I have to go to the grocery store too. When I'm in court, does that mean that I have to wear a women's suit so that that judge will take me seriously and give my client the best opportunity to present their case? Or does that mean that I'm getting sent home because I didn't wear heels and that judge doesn't think that's appropriate? If my client is non-binary, is trans, is gender non-conforming, what do I tell them to wear to court? Because on one hand, I am there representing their case and their interests, which in large part means dressing the way people expect you to so that you look acceptable in this cis-het, white, colonizer, heteronormative environment. But it also means I am there representing them as a human being, as a person bringing their concern before the court. And theoretically in the law, we are all equal under the eyes of the law. We know that that is not true. We know for so many people and for so many reasons that is not true. But there is the theory and there is the aspiration that that will one day be true. And we do ourselves a disservice when we don't show up as our authentic selves, but we also do ourselves a disservice when we do. And so how do we balance that?
And actually, adding to your point, something that doesn't, something that didn't come up for that same, using a terminology pressy or white man judge, what if you are black with locks? Or what if that same judge is only used to seeing black people or essentially black women or black people of South female birth only having long, straightened hair? What does that then look like, and how does that then play into the conversation, especially when we talk about the justice system and its, stellar record with people of color and how that may translate?
And I hear too so many times the black lawyers that I talk to talking about how they might be practicing in the same court for 10 years and they'll still get told by bailiffs and by staff they're in the wrong line, that's where the defendants stand. Because of course, by being a person of color, naturally they are here as a defendant and they're waiting for their lawyer to show up. Never mind that, like I said, that person is partner at a law firm. They've been practicing at that court for 15 years. They've been going in front of that judge for 15 years. Some staffer sees them there and just assumes based on the color of their skin that there is no possible way that they can be an attorney.
And I can imagine that when you're an attorney representing somebody from the BiPlus community, their story, their lives, their experience can then be at risk for bias and stigma from that presiding judge.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about just walking into the courtroom and existing in that room. Then once you open your mouth, it's a whole other story because then there's so much going into it. I had an employer who had a divorce and she was married to a man for several years, had 2 children, and then they got divorced and she was with a woman and they had been in a committed relationship for 5 years. And she was terrified of coming out because she knew she would absolutely lose custody of her children if it came out that she was bisexual. And especially if it came out that she and her girlfriend were living together because she knew that the judges in this small town she was living in absolutely were not accepting of any LGBT identity. And just the fact that she was in a relationship with a woman was not only would have been abhorrent to the judge in this town, but would have been especially more abhorrent because that would have, by its very nature, corrupted these children. That she could be attracted to one and the other, that gets into that whole bisexuals are just slutty idea, and how that goes forward. And so those facts of the case, we haven't even gotten into all the ways that identity is going to impact the facts of the case.
I'm going to ask one more question and then open it to the audience. So please think about questions that you might have as well. And so bouncing off this, what has just been said about colonization, about stigma and discrimination based on race, ethnicity, sexual orientation. Chris was very kind to share some questions that were recently proposed at a Lavender Law conference, Lavender Law being the queer or LGBTQIA conference for attorneys. So I've actually pulled some of the questions from that panel as well. And one of them really stuck out that I really want to address. As we go about the work of undoing the damage to our communities, how can white people, especially white queer people, change their efforts to help focus solutions so they prioritise people of colour?
When conversations, especially towards white queer folks, when conversations of race come up, don't just hand the mic to the nearest person of color. And that's no shade to Fiona, she's modern. But especially given the still low, there's progress being made, but still low numbers of Black folks that are in legal spaces, that are in fill-in-the-blank spaces, people of color in general. When you look around the room and pay attention to who's not there, look around the room and pay very close attention to who's not there or what you and everyone at the table have in common. And there's ways to advocate without becoming a voice of a people. So you can still advocate. You can still advocate for, just like you spoke earlier about your experience with Black lawyers, that's a way of being an advocate because you didn't take over their story. You shared their experiences in a room full of people who may not have even been familiar with that happening. So doing that without taking over the conversation. Don't just expect that the nearest person of color is going to be the only one who's going to talk about experiences of race. Because unfortunately, in many spaces, for some folks, the white voice still holds that power. So there's still an idea of, is the information being properly relayed? And if so, from whom? And not even properly, but is the information being relayed? And from whom? And who's listening based on the characteristics of the person delivering that message?
Either of you want to add anything?
Read books. Absolutely, I think that one of the most powerful things that you can do, relating to what you were saying about not necessarily just expecting folks of color to educate you, is to go about your own education. I think that that's something that's really important. Read Adrienne Marie Brown, read Octavia Butler, read everybody. Because we can have a different future. And we can learn how to step into rooms and say, oh, that person was actually speaking. And that is one of the most powerful things that you can do in a room, is to say, hey, this person is not being listened to right now. What does that mean?
And adding to that, this person said that idea first. That's a big one.
Get comfortable with saying I'm sorry, because I'm racist. It is an incontrovertible and unavoidable fact of being raised as a white person in our society. Because racism is not just dislike or intolerance of someone who is not white. It is also all of those ingrained things that you didn't question about how you were raised and how you were enculturated that prioritize your experience as a white person over anybody of color. And so recognizing and taking that moment and sitting with that fact is really uncomfortable. It's going to be really uncomfortable probably forever. I'm certainly not through that discomfort. But getting used to feeling like that and recognizing that you're absolutely going to get it wrong. You're going to get it wrong a lot. You're going to say things or do things that are racist that you didn't even realize at the time. So get really comfortable with that idea of giving an unreserved apology, even if you don't recognize it yet. And then going back and doing the work for yourself and doing the research. And yes, absolutely, if you have to, you can ask that person of color to explain it to you. But before you do, try to do that work yourself so that the work is not being put on that person of color to educate you. But just get more comfortable with doing that. Because when you can get comfortable with that, you can head off the reflexive defensiveness that you will feel. And when you can push past that defensiveness, that's when you can combat that racism in yourself. And when you've done that, then you can help pull other people forward. And you can help keep pushing through so that we can make a little bit more space for people of color to be more fully integrated into this society that was not built to accommodate them and was not built to accommodate or prioritize anything that isn't whiteness.
Thank you. Any questions out there? Great. Melanie is multitasking. Put it up, Melanie.
Hey Nicole, I have a question for you. I'm a therapist, and sometimes I talk to some of my clients about PrEP use, and sometimes I get a lot of resistance, a lot of extra questions from their doctors. They say that some of the nurses act like they don't know what PrEP is, and things like that. And how would you navigate people when they're asking for these sources and they feel some sort of resistance and stuff like? Because one of my clients even said, when their doctor said, "Well, why don't you just use condoms? What do you need to go on PrEP for?"
As someone that was assigned female at birth, my favorite response to that is, "Well, what do I need to go on birth control for?" Because that's something that, and it depends on which medical spaces you're in. In some medical spaces, for some folks, it's highly recommended. In some places, it may depend on that person's, I guess, personal beliefs. But all in all, this is something that I am requesting. So I think, if anything, empowerment, especially empowerment to your clients about being able to advocate for themselves and what that may look like, and also giving them phone numbers to be able to report when these instances happen. Because if that step doesn't happen, then it will continue. And for anyone here that, first of all, let me just remind it back, and just for folks in the room that may not know, PrEP stands for pre-exposure prophylaxis, and the reason that I kind of likened it to birth control is that it essentially does the same thing, but instead of preventing birth, essentially it's a once-a-day medication that can prevent HIV. So there's quite a bit of stigma around PrEP because people are putting their own assumptions on why people may use PrEP, but every single person that I've encountered that has ever used PrEP, they all have one thing in common. They don't want HIV. They don't want HIV. They do not want to have HIV. That's it. That's what they have in common. So how can we support? How can we help? There are spaces that, there are folks at organizations, including NASDAQ, that are focusing on PrEP adherence, PrEP advocacy as well. So I would say, if you want to have a discussion later about some resources for just support and folks looking to get PrEP, and how to properly report when these incidents happen, because that's the only way it's going to be able to stop. And even on the flip side of that, preventing it before it happens, because you know, hey, public health. Where we can find more medical trainings, especially through organizations like LAMA, to be able to prevent this, because when people are experiencing stigma in medical spaces, one of the best interventions that we can give is, like you said, how sometimes the bailiffs will say, "Oh, the defendant's line is that way." It made me think about how in medical spaces, some people, they may have stigmatizing experiences before they even make it to their provider's office, and it starts at the front desk. So how can we have trainings that are accessible to everyone? And I know people say the front desk all the time, but for me, it goes from the front desk to the executive offices too, because I want the folks that are front-facing and the decision makers to also be able to be in spaces where they're able to recognize their biases and act accordingly. So I hope that answers the question.
In terms of increasing accessibility, like one of the things that, as somebody who hosts meetings and chairs a lot of meetings, I'm becoming increasingly aware of the spectrum of neurodiversity and different people's experience of being able to communicate their story or come out or share or give their opinion. And oftentimes people, not everyone can just speak what's on their mind right in the moment, or even have this tremendous fear of going to see a medical provider and having to talk about themselves. Or talk about anything, talk about the weather. Like, you know, things can be really challenging. So I wonder whether in a healthcare environment, how much opportunity or accessibility is given for people to talk about what you're describing, where they need to disclose personal pieces, how much of that can be done ahead of time online. Like, I'm pausing because I don't know what the solution is or the answer is, but how accessible is that environment to be able to do what we're saying needs to be done?
I think it depends on which medical setting you're in. I know with my primary care provider, there's actually an iPad in the lobby where I can answer certain questions, just medical updates in general on that iPad if anything changed since your last appointment. And that's actually a pretty new update, so that's something that I'm sure will come down the pipeline. But like I said, having conversations with organizations like them and just and for those who are maybe unfamiliar, GLAMA is the official name that they're going by now. That's GLMA. It used to be Gay and Lesbian Medical Association, but they're going by GLAMA, still doing the same work, but being a lot more inclusive to folks who are bisexual or BiPlus, to folks who are trans and non-binary, who were not maybe covered in that initial piece. And one of my favorite services from them is the fact that they have a directory of not only LGBTQ plus medical providers, but allied providers as well, who may who may be in a more appropriate space to be able to best support. But I definitely think, in addition to the trainings that I suggested, that tech definitely that can be a whole other plan within itself about the importance of tech within healthcare spaces. But I will say, in some ways, that might even be, I don't want to say a cop out, because I do think it's an important tool. But I don't want to put it all on tech and taking the onus away from the providers to do something different within their circles and how they interact with their patients and clients.
And having the opportunity to speak up after an appointment as well. I think I'm finding a lot, like, you can go to a meeting, but you don't really know what you want to say until, after it, and whether it be a day, a week, Anyway. I have one more question, but I want to see if the audience has another one as well. Okay. This question is more of a legal question. So when we achieve, like, the work for marriage equality, of course it was gay and lesbian, gay and lesbian, gay and lesbian. And then, the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, gay and lesbian, gay and lesbian. And then Bostock. Now gay and transgender people can't get fired. So, as a media maker and a filmmaker and somebody who commits acts of journalism, it's very much in my sphere. But from a legal perspective, I remember when the Bostock, which is, I'll let Chris explain what Bostock was, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. One of my nerdy questions was, well, does this even include bisexual people? Because the word bisexual wasn't even in it. So can we finish on this conversation of how we're raised from policy? So does that mean that we can just get away and do whatever we like?
So I'm going to give,
It might come on, it might just take a few seconds. All right, do a switch.
Okay. So I'm going to give the answer that makes everybody want to beat lawyers over the head, and the answer is it depends. You ask a lawyer a legal question, and without 3 hours of research, that's the answer you're going to get is it depends. And why does it depend? So there are some attorneys who come down on the side that, when we're talking about the LGBT community, gay and lesbian, that's fine. Like, even in the language, Bostock, which is the case that said that discrimination based on gender identity is sex discrimination. And it said sex is necessarily a but-for cause when an employer who discriminates against homosexual or transgender employees. Masterpiece Cake Shop was a case about whether or not you could refuse to bake a cake for a same-sex couple. And they used the terms rights and dignity of gay persons and gay couples. Obergefell, which gave us the right to get married, said it demeans gays and lesbians for the state to lock them out of a central institution of the nation's society. We talk about gays and lesbians. In some places, they even use the term homosexuals. So theoretically, if you have homosexual marriage and heterosexual marriage covered, then is marriage covered? It depends on how that's interpreted, right? And so we know that when we look at the Supreme Court, we have some justices who interpret these laws to the meaning that we would understand them in a welcoming society today. And there are some judges who are very strict textualists. They look at the meaning of the words, they look at only the words, and nothing that would be written in between the words, and that's all they see. And so all of you have talked about is heterosexual marriages and homosexual marriages, or cannot discriminate against gay and lesbian couples. That doesn't say you can't discriminate against bisexual people. Bisexuals were sort of the boogeyman in the same-sex marriage cases to begin with. The justification being, if we allow gay people to get married, then pretty soon we're going to have to allow, threesome marriages and marriages with 4 and 5 and 6 people, and then we're going to have to allow people to marry their pets, and then we're going to have to allow people to marry children, and so it was this slippery slope argument. And I'm not going to get into either the legality or the morality of anything over there. But looking at that, we see how sort of bisexual was specifically sort of thought of as this whole other thing from heterosexual and homosexual people. And so if it's thought of as this whole separate thing when it comes to the marriage equality debates, how long before these laws are interpreted to specifically not include bisexual people? How long until we say that the because of sex that covers gay and straight people in the workplace doesn't cover bisexual people, and that it's okay to discriminate against them? So I think it's not alarmist thinking to recognize that some people will look for any loophole to keep people out, and if they can chisel that one away, then they can use that precedence to go back and overturn rights that we have already secured for us. And I would be remiss, too, as a person with a disability, to not also remark that we do not have marriage equality, because if you are a person with a disability and you rely on any sort of government assistance or income, you cannot get married, and therefore marriage is not open to people with disabilities. So we do not yet have marriage equality.
Why can't you get married? Why can't you get married?
Why can't you get married?
What happens?
Oh, you lose all your money.
There we go.
Sorry, I wasn't sure what you were getting at. If you are a person with a disability and you get income assistance or Social Security from the state, or Medicare, Medicaid from the state because of your disability, once you get married, that's considered your income, and now you get kicked off of that. And if your employer, if your partner's employer or your employer or your family income is $2,000, but your medicines cost you $5,000 that month, there's no way you can survive.
Let me just quickly say something. Thank you.
And in the United States, 36% of LGBTQ, and I'll just say LGBTQ because that's what the study does, are people living with disabilities, which is a higher proportion of the general population, which is 23%. And out of the LGBTQ community, most of us are bisexual. So it's like this layer upon layer upon layer.
I just wanted to add one point to what you're saying. Like, this is, of course, not on you because you were just talking about marriage equality in general, but I want to look the audience in the face as I tell you all that not only am I bisexual, I'm also a polyamorous person with 2 partners, and how even within bi circles, if bi folks in general are told to STFU, poly people are definitely told not to say anything because we are considered the poster children of risk and promiscuity and the breakdown of the moral fiber within the states or in general, because love for us looks different than it looks for quite a few people. So I just wanted to make sure that we definitely name that, because even within bisexual circles, sometimes poly folks are especially silenced.
Thank you. Anyone else like to ask anything else? Yeah, go for it.
It's my show now. Leroy, I do have a question.
Yeah.
And it's about like representation, especially like trans representation. I wish I could get my friends to read the books, but a lot of them, they learn a lot of it from movies or like from TV shows, and not every representation is created equal. I think there's a movie, it's a French movie called Girl. I think a straight man played the trans character in the movie, and then like there was a lot of problematic showing of dysphoria in the movie. So how do we get people like who all read to really have that like push them towards better representation of trans people? Thank you.
Absolutely. I think that's definitely a challenge, especially considering the shorter attention spans that we have in the age of social media and the internet. And my solution to that, in a lot of ways, actually is social media. First and foremost, actually, whether it's a movie or a tweet or whatever, is actually, and I will say this, you know, across other identities as well, is to actually listen, read, follow, watch the people who are actually of that community. And so it's not the, you know, the cis person playing a trans character. It's not the white director writing a black movie. Our media exists. It may be suppressed, but it does exist. And I think that getting media from the actual communities that you're trying to learn about is really important. And I learned so much on TikTok. You know, there are, I would say, educators. They may not consider themselves educators, but there are content creators, educators that talk about their own experiences on the internet in 1 to 3 minute videos. And even if you can't get someone to sit down and read Sister Outsider, maybe they can just watch a quick video and see someone else's experience. And the benefit of TikTok is that once you watch that one video, it feeds you another one.
And adding to that, maybe they are documentary buffs, much like myself. So I was going to shout out the documentary Disclosure on Netflix, especially if you want to talk specifically about folks who are trans, because that documentary not only highlighted like the media portrayal, it was, please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe directed and produced by people who are trans, and that's what's important too.
Everybody, yeah.
Yeah, it's who's telling the story, and I'm actually going to give some props to Fiona as well for her book, Our Bisexual Just Greedy, because as Fiona says, she wrote the book for people who don't read, and there's a lot of like pictures in there and things like that. Like, not that you have to break it down saying these are pictures, but it's just, there's pictures in there. There's various art forms, not just the written word within this one book. So there's such a, I did just want to make a point with what you said about people in the community. People in the community asterisk, or people who belong to the community asterisk, that are deemed approvable by other folks in the community as expert, as subject matter experts when it comes to various topics, because if not, that's how you find yourself following like cancelers. So just putting that out there as far as is this person deemed by the community, not just the individual, but the voices of the community? Are they like, yes, this person knows what they're talking about and we support their message?
Thank you. And I know Megan Townsend in the back from GLAAD is going to be addressing a lot of this afternoon. I don't know if you want to say anything now, Megan, or are you going to say everything when you get to present?
A lot of...
Can you use the microphone, please? Thank you. Sorry.
Yes, a lot of it will be covered in the presentation, but I did just want to very much echo Nicole on the point about people who have been deemed knowledgeable and aware of what they're doing, because what I will say about Girl is that the director of that did have a trans consultant they worked with who they brought out as a shield to say, well, they said this was okay. So again, not all people have all backgrounds for everything. And would also just echo Nicole that it would be great to get those people to watch Disclosure on Netflix, which is an hour and a half and gives you the entire 100+ year history of trans representation in the media and how that has shaped culture for good or for bad. And it was directed and produced and done by trans people at all levels and had all trans cast and crew. And if they couldn't find somebody for that role, they had a trans person shadowing a cis person in that role to help get them into the industry. I clearly know a lot about Disclosure because one of the producers works at GLAAD, and you will also see Nick Adams from GLAAD, who has led Hollywood work for almost 30 years, as one of the people in the documentary if you watch it. So I was just going to echo that. But yes, stay tuned for my presentation later, and you will get a lot more about representation and storytelling.
Yeah, it's incredible. Thank you. Well, with that, thank you very much to our panelists. We're going to take a break. Our schedule says we're going to start back at 2 o'clock, if that's okay. LGBTQI Health Equity from the US Department of Health and Human Services. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Shanker. Just one other quick word of introduction. I just want to say thank you so very much for coming to join us on a Saturday and to be able to present what you're doing for our community and for the LGBTQI community. We really appreciate having you here today. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so pleased to join BiPlus Organizing US for this important conversation about bisexual plus health equity. I'm really thrilled to be here with all of you today as we celebrate Bisexual Plus Visibility Month. I know some people are saying day or week. You can have a month. And I want to let you know that HHS will be celebrating Bisexual Plus Visibility Month on September 27th, this next week, with an official HHS Bisexual Plus Health Workshop that you're all invited to if you'd like. It will include Admiral Rachel Levine and the Office for Civil Rights Director Melanie Fontes Rayner. If you're interested, you can see me after during the break, and I can give you the information about how you can sign up. By way of introduction, I'm Adrian Shanker. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm honored to serve in the Biden-Harris administration as Senior Advisor on LGBTQI plus health equity at HHS. By way of visual access, I'm a white man with short hair wearing a gray shirt, and we're gathered here in Washington, D.C. on the original lands of the Anacostan people. I'm proud to serve in the Biden-Harris administration, which is the most diverse administration in American history. Administration has been clear from day one that from President Biden and Vice President Harris to Secretary Becerra and my boss, Admiral Rachel Levine, that health equity is a central goal to which we must strive toward. President Biden himself has been crystal clear on his support for health equity. On his first day in office, the president signed an executive order advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. Among other things, this executive order called for the establishment of an equitable data working group, stating that the lack of disaggregated demographic data has cascading effects and impedes efforts to measure and advance equity. A first step in promoting equity in government action is to gather the data necessary to inform that effort. The President's executive order emphasized that the enormous human costs of systemic racism, persistent poverty, and other social determinants directing the federal government to advance an ambitious whole-of-government equity agenda that matches the scale of the challenges we face as a country and the opportunities we have in front of us. On June 15, 2022, the President signed an executive order advancing equality for LGBTQI plus individuals. This executive order calls for action to address the significant disparities LGBTQI plus youth face in the foster system, the misuse of state and local child welfare agencies to target LGBTQI plus youth and their families, and the mental health needs of LGBTQI plus youth. The executive order also calls for safeguarding LGBTQI plus youth from dangerous practices like so-called conversion therapy. HHS was delegated bold deliverables under this executive order, many of which have been completed and a few we're still working diligently to implement to support the health and well-being of all people who live in America. This includes both improving sexual orientation and gender identity, or SOGI, data collection on health disparities and addressing access to care challenges. The executive order specifically calls for each federal department to develop a SOGI data action plan. At HHS, our plan is forward-thinking and ambitious and seeks to make SOGI data collection the norm in public health. Let me be clear. When we prioritize SOGI data collection, we will end up with the most robust bisexual plus health data ever in US history. A colleague at HHS likes to say, we measure what we treasure. And it's vitally important that we understand the disparities both between the LGBTQI plus population and the majority population, and also that we understand the intra-community disparities that uniquely and disparately impact BiPlus communities compared to the broader LGBTQI plus community. And again, this work to implement the SOGI data efforts is being prioritized at every federal agency, from the Department of Education to HUD, Veterans Affairs, of course HHS, and more. This is a major change in data equity. We are already making progress on this front at HHS. For example, Indian Health Service, a component of HHS, recently added sexual orientation, gender identity, pronouns, and chosen names to the patient records of all patients throughout their system. CDC recently added sexual orientation demographics for the first time into surveillance efforts for HIV, syphilis, chlamydia, chancroid, and acute and viral hepatitis. And more progress in SOGI data is on the way from every division of HHS. The executive order also called for the Administration on Community Living, a component of HHS, to designate LGBTQI plus older adults as a population of greatest social need. ACL proposed this in a notice of proposed rulemaking that received more than 700 public comments. The goal of this effort is to address social isolation, discrimination, and health disparities impacting LGBTQI plus older adults. If this proposed rule is able to be finalized, bisexual plus adults will be officially included in the category of a population of greatest social need, which means additional targeted outreach, service provision, and funding under the Older Americans Act. In terms of crisis care, SAMHSA's 988 program is a crisis mental health emergency line for suicide prevention. 988 offers 24/7 call, text, and chat to trained crisis counselors who can help people experiencing substance use and/or mental health crisis or any other kind of emotional distress. People can call 988 or text or chat if they're worried about a loved one who may need crisis support as well. In fall 2022, the 988 Lifeline began a pilot program to offer specialized call, text, and chat support for LGBTQI plus youth and young adults. This program aims to support people under age 25 who reach out to 988 and want the option of connecting directly with a counselor focused on meeting the needs of LGBTQI plus youth and young adults. This program will celebrate its one-year anniversary this week. The Biden-Harris administration increased funding for 988 by 18 times. This is a national priority, and it's important that the bisexual plus community in America is aware of 988 and can refer folks to it in a point of crisis. Healthy People 2030 defines health equity as the attainment of the highest levels of health for all people. Attainment of the highest levels of health for all people. This clearly defined goal stresses all people, and this of course includes BiPlus communities. Health equity is the goalpost we are all working toward. We all deserve to be able to attain the highest levels of our health. Striving toward health equity remains a core priority. It also remains an unmet dream. We at HHS are centering health equity in all policies. But working to achieve health equity will take every one of us. It will require addressing disparities in health, not just in health outcomes, but in health access. Barriers to care are literal stumbling blocks that prevent some populations from accessing the care that our bodies need. Some of these barriers can be mitigated when we consider and improve the social determinants of our health, such as transportation, access to healthy food, proximity to parks and other trails. Other barriers are mitigated with health insurance, but some barriers require clinical education and practice changes, such as considering barriers to entry on patient intake forms and the design and display of materials in patient waiting rooms. These non-clinical elements impact the patient before they even meet their provider and can greatly impact the patient experience and the patient-provider relationship. There are well-documented promising practices that clinics can utilize that remove these barriers to care. In short, it matters if BiPlus people talk to their clinicians openly about their sexual orientation and other intersecting factors of their lives. This is how providers will know which vaccines or screenings to recommend. I want to highlight for a moment some of the important vaccines for BiPlus communities based on the data we do have, which shows that BiPlus communities experience disparate risk. COVID-19 and flu vaccines, Mpox, HPV, Hep A and B, and meningitis. In addition, queer people have always had to be our own healthcare advocates. And BiPlus communities should prioritize preventive cancer screenings, including, and especially including, annual skin cancer screenings, oral cancer screenings, lung cancer screenings, and regular interval cervical and anal pap tests, mammograms, prostate exams, and colonoscopies. If you have a body part, get it screened. I want to speak for a moment about what HHS is doing specifically related to BiPlus people and cancer. The National Cancer Institute recently announced a notice of intent to publish a funding opportunity, likely in October, although if this might be delayed. If Congress imposes a government shutdown, it will not likely happen in October. But National Cancer Institute is inviting research proposals into barriers to cancer care and cancer survivorship for sexual and gender minority populations. And bisexual plus specific proposals are welcome. This is really important and will likely add significant knowledge to the literature about bisexual plus people in cancer. The Biden-Harris administration is also working to safeguard LGBTQI plus youth from a harmful practice that is so-called conversion therapy. As an unscientific and harmful practice not supported by any legitimate medical or mental health association, conversion therapy causes irreparable harm on LGBTQI plus youth, including BiPlus youth. And SAMHSA has recently issued a groundbreaking new report called Moving Beyond Change Efforts that highlights the significant body of evidence that's clear that conversion therapy is not by any measure an appropriate form of healthcare or medicine, and that a person's sexual orientation cannot be changed through these types of interventions. The report also calls for family acceptance to improve health outcomes for BiPlus youth and other LGBTQI plus youth. National Institutes for Health recently announced a notice of special interest on family acceptance that invites research proposals into the health impacts of both family support and family rejection on sexual and gender minorities. BiPlus specific research proposals are welcome in response to that NOC as well. 2021 is the most recently analyzed fiscal year at National Institutes for Health. And in that year, 81 bisexual health projects were funded by 13 of the 27 institutes at NIH. Again, 81 bisexual specific projects were funded. With more than 10 BiPlus projects funded each at National Institute for Mental Health, National Institute for Minority Health and Health Disparities, and National Institute for Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism. In 2022, NIH released a notice of special interest in bisexual health, which has led to even more bi-specific health research being funded. Advancing access to HIV PrEP is also critically important. I should mention that Tanya is actually on the advisory committee in the office at NIH that advises sexual and gender minority health research. So thank you for advising, because they're doing great work in prioritizing bisexual plus health. Advancing access to HIV PrEP is also critically important to the health and well-being of bisexual plus communities. Our Office of Infectious Disease Policy manages implementation of several deliverables in the President's National HIV/AIDS Strategy. Ending the HIV epidemic in the United States continues to be a bold priority. Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services recently proposed a national coverage determination for PrEP that would make all forms of HIV PrEP, including injectable PrEP, free for all Medicare participants. And the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force recently issued a grade A recommendation for all forms of PrEP, again, including injectable PrEP, saying that PrEP for HIV prevention is both safe and highly effective. Applying an equity lens to HIV prevention work is very important, and this includes specific prioritization of bisexual plus communities, especially bisexual plus communities of color. In our PrEP promotion work, we have to focus on the disparities. PrEP is a medical miracle. It's a tool that we literally dreamed about. And yet it's only a medical miracle if people who need it most can access it. We need to ensure that PrEP is available to anyone who needs it, including BiPlus communities. Ending the HIV epidemic in the United States is a goal with broad bipartisan support. Like the cancer moonshot, it's a big goal with a complex pathway. It will take all of us. We have to continue to destigmatize both PrEP and HIV testing, as well as HIV itself. Shame and stigma don't make us a healthier nation. Access to care and quality of care do. In May, the FDA finalized a new guidance that changes the screening process for blood and plasma donation, removing the stigmatizing and shaming queer, negative, and biphobic questions about men who have sex with men and women who have sex with men who have sex with men. Replace them with an individual risk assessment where everyone, regardless of gender or sexual orientation, is asked the same questions. This also safeguards the blood and plasma supply by asking all donors the same questions. I would argue that removing the MSM and women who have WMSM question is a very significant improvement in ending stigma against bisexual plus communities. We also know that there are elements to the new guidance that aren't perfect. The science will continue to evolve, and we'll continue to work with FDA to make updates that reflect the community needs and the appropriate science. A lot of folks don't realize it, but the leading cause of death for LGBTQI plus people, including BiPlus communities, is tobacco. It's not surprising when we look at the disparities. We see double and even triple the tobacco consumption rates among different parts of the LGBTQI plus communities. And these heightened rates are especially in BiPlus and trans communities. And this exists both for combustible tobacco as well as vapes. The BiPlus community and trans communities have the highest disparity rates within the LGBTQI plus community. Preventing and quitting smoking must be a top priority of anyone involved in health equity for the BiPlus population. Tobacco is also the leading preventable cause of cancer and cancer-related deaths, and the disparate smoking rates lead to significant cancer disparities as well. The #1 cancer site impacting LGBTQI plus people is actually skin cancer, largely due to the prevalence of tanning salons among both gay and bisexual men. But other cancer disparities include breast and gynecologic cancers, lung cancer, and anal cancer.
This one.
That works? Yeah, okay, cool. A new national study on anal cancer mortality published in the Journal of Clinical Oncology reports that incidence of anal cancer increased by 46% in the period between 2014 to 2018 compared to 2001 to 2005. The increase was 63% in people 50 and older. While almost all anal cancers are caused by HPV, smoking is also strongly correlated. Addressing anal cancer is a complicated priority, however. There's significant knowledge gap among bisexual and gay men who are the priority population. Many healthcare providers have not been trained on preventive screenings for anal cancer, such as an anal pap test, and there's significant access to care challenges for the high-resolution endoscopies, which are the follow-up tests. The same anal cancer study identified 181 clinic sites across the U.S. that provide high-resolution endoscopy screening. 47% of them are in 5 states: California, New York, Florida, Maryland, and Massachusetts. Pennsylvania has 3 high-res endoscopy machines. Tennessee and Indiana each have 1 site. Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, Mississippi, Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, North and South Dakota, and all the mountain states except Colorado and Utah lack high-res endoscopies altogether. Ultimately, anal cancer today is largely outside the public sphere, but it's harmful and disparately impacting both bisexual plus and gay men and people living with HIV. Health disparities cannot be addressed without understanding the social conditions of our lives. Patient-centered care requires listening to patients to understand their voices, the reasons why care is delayed or avoided altogether. And let's be clear, delaying or avoiding care because of fear of mistreatment is absolutely a patient safety issue. Ultimately, it's up to healthcare providers and health systems, not patients, to ensure that patients feel safe. The social factors of our lives add to the already clear health disparities. Social determinants of health, such as the geographic barrier to accessing care from a BiPlus affirming gynecologist, who a patient doesn't have to repeatedly talk about birth control with, for example, or a financial barrier to seeing the one BiPlus dermatologist in a region, and of course that provider doesn't take insurance. These social determinants of health make affirming care harder to access. We have to do better. The government looks at health disparities from the population level. Clinicians look at them at the patient level. And you, the BiPlus community, see what health disparities look like in real life. Your voices are critically important and are making a strong impact. In closing, I want to thank BiPlus Organizing US for the invitation to speak to you today, and thanks to all of you for your commitment to advancing health equity for BiPlus communities. And special thanks to our interpreters for also bridging access at this event. I'll be happy to take any questions. I can repeat the question into the mic as well, so that, yeah, there's a question in the back.
You had talked a little bit about HIV stigma and equitable lens access. I know we do our HIV stigma survey every year, and it's going down minutely. But just kind of wanted to hear a little bit more about that and what kind of steps are being taken, especially in the South.
Yeah, so the question, I'm just going to do my best to repeat it, but I'll paraphrase a little. If I get it wrong, please interrupt me. What are we doing to address HIV stigma, especially in the South? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. HIV stigma is largely the result of outdated science and a lack of understanding of the biomedical advances within the last 40 years. That's, I think, the shortest way that I can define HIV stigma. And frankly, I think that our work with changing the blood donation rules goes a long way in addressing that, because the old rules, it didn't matter how long the deferral period was, whether it was 3 months or a year or a lifetime, it still had this underlying notion that if you're a gay or bisexual person, or if you share a sexual network with a gay or bisexual person, that you are somehow risky, no matter anything else about your life, right? And so what we've done instead is replace that with an individual risk assessment. And not everyone likes the individual risk assessment in terms of what the exact categories that the FDA put in place. And I get that, but putting that aside for 1 second, we removed the stigmatizing part that said if you are a gay or bisexual person or share a sexual network with one, you are automatically risky, right? So even though there is disagreement that I understand and it's valid about, for example, PrEP deferrals or multiple partner deferrals, that's an important conversation to have. Removing the idea that you are more at risk for HIV simply because of your sexual orientation or your sexual network is a big piece of removing HIV stigma. We are looking into doing the same thing around sperm donation rules as well. That was FDA already published that in the reg agenda, but it's not finalized. They haven't issued a proposed rule yet. They've just said publicly that they will be. And we're looking at other places where kind of the science hasn't caught up with, well, the science has caught up. The government hasn't caught up with the science. So the scientific advances are very clear, but the government hasn't gone there yet. In terms of PrEP and stigma around PrEP, I think that's also a big piece. And I'm very public about being on PrEP. I'm on injectable PrEP, and I had to, frankly, teach the clinic where I go how to give it to me, right? So and that's very common, unfortunately, still. So there's, I think that nationally, we still have a lot of challenges, both for people living with HIV and people who are on PrEP, in terms of shaming or stigma. In terms of certain geographies, like the U.S. South, so I just came back from a week in Appalachia. I was in West Virginia for multiple days of HIV policy meetings in Appalachia to specifically look at a part of the country that's often ignored in HIV stigma conversations, and HIV policy conversations. And what I saw was really interesting. I talked to providers that weren't aware of PrEP. I talked to people who travel very far distances to receive either PrEP or treatment, HIV treatment, right? So there are real challenges in a lot of the country. Some of it is stigma related, and some of it deals with these other challenges, these other social determinants of our health, like geography and transportation. And I know that you work at GLAAD, so I would just also say the media does play a role in convincing people to move beyond shame and stigma, right? The media has a very clear role in that, different than the role of the government, very different. But in some ways, people listen to the media more. So I think that, I recently went back and watched 22 seasons of Law & Order SVU. I needed something to do, but that wasn't policy related. And the early seasons were really bad on HIV shaming, HIV stigma, really bad. I mean, it's hysteria bad. Encouraging criminalization laws, bad. And the later seasons, they apologized for it on air. Amazing. So I think that, not that totally outdoes the harm of their early episodes, but the early episodes were filmed in the late 90s, around the time of antiretrovirals, and the late episodes were filmed after a decade of PrEP. So there is a change in the science. And I think that's really important. So thank you for your work changing the media landscape. Any other questions? Yes. There's a mic right next to you.
Are there any initiatives that are there any initiatives or any steps that HHS is taking to help address and help people that are bisexual following assaults when it comes to mental health care access, and also destigmatizing in mental health care bisexuality? Because one thing that I've heard over and over again, especially from our male members in our group and our support group, is that they're having difficulty with their therapists actually understanding bisexuality, and also they've experienced a lot of stigma in the mental health care system. So is that something that HHS?
I really appreciate that question. So it's a department, gender-based violence is also a department priority. And while these are intersecting issues, we have another senior advisor who leads that portfolio because it's such a large portfolio. So we have actually a director of gender-based violence for HHS who will be speaking at the BiPlus Health Workshop on Wednesday as well. Her name's Lynn Rosenthal, and she's also a member of the LGBTQIA community. Yes, we know the data. So I will caveat by saying that I think I know enough to answer the question, but we have another expert on that topic that I work alongside. So the data is very clear that BiPlus people are disparately impacted by gender-based violence, and actually by multiple forms of gender-based violence, both interpersonal and on a societal level. The National Action Plan on Gender-Based Violence and the U.S. Global Action Plan on Gender-Based Violence. So we have two plans, one that deals with our foreign policy approach and one that deals with our domestic policy approach. They both highlight LGBTQI+ as a population that is uniquely harmed by gender-based violence. And I believe that the National Action Plan specifically calls out bisexual women as a population that is one of the highest rates of disparity. But we have data on this from CDC that confirms that bisexual women, in almost every study that's been looked at, bisexual women and other kind of child welfare systems are both deeply engaged in conversations about solutions. I'm not sure that I'm knowledgeable enough about the specific solutions to share them here, but I'm happy to connect you with my colleague.
Thank you so much.
Yes, that was a great question.
Hi. So, you mentioned some of the data collection and increasing that across agencies. And for some people, when they hear that, there's a lot of fear about who's going to have access to this data. So could you talk more about what that looks like, privacy around that issue?
Yeah, so I totally hear that as a concern, and I should have included that from the beginning, so thank you. I come from the lens of without the data, the chatter don't matter. So we can't fix the problems without the data, right? We need data to be able to come up with solutions. And also, people need to have comfort and security when they provide that data, that they won't be individually harmed. The federal government has literally thousands of data sets, tens of thousands of data sets, right? So they're all a little different. Most of the data that we're talking about is what's called surveillance data, which is data that's collected in the aggregate rather than on the individual level. So for example, when somebody fills out a government survey, it's not actually tied back to them. It doesn't have what the government calls personally identifiable information. It does collect demographics, and those demographics are reported out usually at either the county level or the state level, depending on the population size, like the sample size of that survey. If the sample's too small, they don't release the demographic information. Like for example, if it was a rural county and only 3 people identified as bisexual, they're not going to release that, right? They might release it on the state level instead. So there are certain data security protections already in place for other demographics, and those same security measures are being applied to SOGI data for the same reason, because it's all about protecting person identifiable information. Now there are some data sets that do get tied back to an individual person, such as Indian Health Service patient records, right? Indian Health Service actually provides medical care. They're the one component of HHS that has medical clinics around large swaths of the country. And these aren't tribal clinics. These are federally run healthcare clinics. So that's different. This is patient-centered care. We need to ask information so that the providers can provide the best care. HIPAA still applies though. So there's already patient protections in place that exist for all healthcare that also apply to government-run healthcare. That would be the same at the VA, although the VA is not part of HHS. But the VA also collects SOGI data, and the same types of HIPAA protections would apply. So I can't speak to every single form and et cetera, but I can tell you that it's been a very clear part of the conversation. We have LGBTQI+ employees and people involved in the policymaking alongside me that raise those concerns too. I raise those concerns. There are also certain surveys and forms that we're exempting from SOGI data because we think it would be too risky, based on either certain state or other country laws, depending on the survey. So it won't be every single thing. If we think it puts the community at greater risk, then it's not. If the risk outweighs the benefit, it's not going to happen. But oftentimes we believe the benefit outweighs the risk, as long as we can provide certain protections. And I just want to echo one more time. I really strongly believe that this will be the greatest improvement in bisexual health data ever, because the federal government collects so much data. And we will know more about bisexual people's experience with everything from STIs to cancer to mental health to tobacco use, everything. I I mean, this is going to be very comprehensive, and with data often comes funding to fix problems where there's so I think that this will lead to a great impact, but we have to do it carefully and with caution. I will repeat the question.
Oh no, hang on now it works, it's turned on.
I guess I have a question about like the intersections between like health and human services and like the education, because there's some schools they don't teach about condoms. What's going on in Florida about like erasing trans people and LGBT people and black people. I mean, how do you get the information to young people about like health risks and things like that?
That's a great question. So I cannot speak for the Department of Education, as they're a different federal agency. They also have an LGBTQI policy lead there. What I can say is that HHS does work at the interagency level to try to collaborate in different ways. And HHS has certain functions that do relate to youth and young adults. So for example, the 988 service that I mentioned with a dedicated LGBTQI plus call center that's for youth up to age 24, 25. There's specific outreach that SAMHSA does into the schools directly. We don't go through Department of Education. CDC has the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which is taken by the schools, and that gives us a tremendous amount of information about the health risks of LGBTQI plus youth. In fact, that's one of the primary data sets that lets us know about teen dating violence for bisexual women, as well as high STI risks for bisexual communities, bisexual youth. That's run through the CDC's Division of Adolescent and School Medicine, School Health, and so similarly, they don't work through Department of Education. They work directly in the schools. There's other examples as well, but HHS has certain functions. Foster care would be another one. Administration for Children and Families runs the country's basically child welfare systems, and they don't go through the schools for that. So we have our own authorities that allow us to do this work. I will say Florida did withdraw from Youth Risk Behavior Survey, but other than that, so far there haven't been really profound impacts on HHS's ability to do this work. And it looks like there's a question here. Tanya?
Tanya, Megan, and then me, unless there's anyone else, and then we'll stop.
Adrian, I feel like you've been so great about listening to community, being here, really wanting to know. As we think about, we don't have a lot of organizations and even people within LGBTQ organizations who are advocating for bisexuals and bisexuality. And so what is most effective from your vantage point? You're seeing other organizations advocating for other populations. What should we be doing?
Yeah, I would just actually say that I do hear about bisexual health concerns quite frequently, including from some of the entire population LGBTQI groups, especially National LGBT Cancer Network. They're pretty good at prioritizing the BiPlus community, from my experience at least, in terms of their advocacy to me. But I would say that as individuals, you don't need to be experts in public policy. You don't need to come to me or other colleagues in the government with an exact policy that you want us to fix, or an exact survey to change the language on. What really helps is if you can share the pain points. So if you can say I live in X state, and in this state, BiPlus communities experience this thing that makes it hard for us to access the care that we need. I can look for the policies, right? If you know them, that's wonderful, it really helps. But if you don't let that stop you from sharing your thoughts and opinions with the administration. We want to hear from you. I wouldn't be here if we didn't hear from you, right? We want to hear from you. But I think that sometimes, I come from working in community, I spent the last like 2 decades leading LGBT community centers in Pennsylvania and California. Like I don't come from a DC policy wonk environment. So I can just say that like it can be really intimidating to like call up the government and be like, hi, fix this. And I'm saying that's actually the most effective thing you can do. But you don't have to have all the answers. You just have to tell us what the pain is. Yeah, does that answer the question, Tanya? Yeah.
Speaking to wanting to hear about the pain points, I think everything that you've been saying about new data for bi health is so exciting. But as a data person myself, I know it's always difficult to come up with perfect methodology and language and all of that, particularly for identities that are not easily put into a box. So I'd just like to hear a little bit about how HHS is handling that in terms of structuring questions that get back usable data.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we have to use validated questions. This is going to be a really geeky answer to a really geeky question, and I say that with profound respect. Okay, so we have to use validated questions, meaning we can't say on a federal survey, what's your sexual orientation, and have 30 possible answers, or a fill in the blank. The federal government can't do that. So we are somewhat limited in how we can do this, but we are trying to disaggregate within the broader LGBTQI+ population. So we're trying to make sure that we have bisexual specific information. But we may not have pansexual specific information, right? So it does create some challenges where community needs to kind of think about like, how do I best respond, even though like this is a federal survey. If it was not a federal survey, I might have a slightly different response. And I know that doesn't always feel great, but the impact of that allows for resources to be made available based on the communities that are most disproportionately impacted. So like that's where it's useful. We are also testing and validating new questions. So our SOGI Data Action Plan actually calls for the cognitive field testing of questions on SOGI data that are not already validated, including questions in languages other than English. We currently only have validated questions in the English language. So testing questions in other languages, testing questions for two-spirit identity, because there's no validated questions there yet. Testing questions for intersex populations. We don't have good sex characteristic validations yet. And potentially other words to describe people's sexual orientation that are not validated. So if a certain program wants to, for example, add a term that isn't in a validated question, they can do it, they just have to do the field testing. And then they have to put it into the literature and allow that to become part of the knowledge base about what questions can be asked. Does that answer the question?
Yes, I would want to get to everyone in a really bizarre way.
Hi, I have a question. One topic that is not talked about enough, I think, in the broader LGBTQI community, but including bisexual community, is parenting and LGBTQI parents. So I'm wondering if you have had observations and or resources that are available to bisexual parents in particular. If there is information, data, this is something that I'm very interested in. And maybe the answer is no, or not yet. But I'm very curious about what is out there for bisexual parents.
Great question. As a child of lesbian moms in the early 90s, I really appreciate centering this question. So I would say that our family acceptance work, this is about parenting broadly, but our family acceptance work might be a good starting place for that. In terms of support specifically for BiPlus or even LGBTQI+ parents, there's a fatherhood program at Administration for Children and Families that puts out an ad every year to promote fatherhood. This is a congressional mandate, by the way, from a prior administration. And this year they're publishing an ad with two male parents. It's the first time that's ever happened. So, like, that fatherhood program is looking to be more inclusive of the LGBTQIA+ community than they've ever been. They never really focused on that. And then there's some work coming out of our foster care work that will address some of this, but I can't speak to it yet because it hasn't been formally proposed. But I think that you'll see a greater effort at ensuring, access to affirming care soon. More on that soon.
Also, I'm going to ask one quick question and then we'll wrap up because we're now pushing late on the schedule.
I'm also happy to stay for a couple minutes informally, and I have some business cards if people want to follow up afterwards as well.
Amazing, thank you. So with the power that comes from this data that you're talking about that then can go into extra funding, what kind of training can we give to healthcare providers? I think a lot of us have these stories of where my gynecologist, I had to explain to them what cisgender meant. And so just basic things like that. Is it possible to infuse at medical school or somewhere? How do we educate the people that are meant to be caring for us?
Yeah, so we don't regulate the specific curriculums of the medical schools or other allied health professional schools. However, we do HHS through HRC, which is Health Resource Services Administration, does have provider education information as well as some other related resources specifically for the potential to train federally qualified health centers and the staff of federally qualified health centers. I will look into that. I don't know the answer off the top of my head. But there's a great team there that works with FQHCs that's really committed to equity, and HRSA does have a health equity office. So I'm happy to try to push there a little bit and see what may be possible, but I don't know if I am, unfortunately.
Well, thank you very, very much again for coming to present to us this afternoon. Please give okay, we'll take a break, roughly 10 minutes, do you think? Is everyone good? 10-minute break, and then Megan is up next. Thank you. Ideas and, kind of land this plane together. So I am going to read Megan's title because it's rather long. So Megan Townsend is Senior Director of Entertainment Research and Analysis at the GLAAD Media Institute. As you heard earlier, that Megan is is policy wonk, fair to say? I don't know. Data-driven.
Data nerd.
Data nerd. Like, I love it. All the things that I'm not, I love that stuff, but, I'm like much more a creative, I really admire the work that you all do. And I just wanted to say some extra words about Megan and GLAAD. First of all, Megan flew here last night from Los Angeles. Give her a clap, because it was a big week for GLAAD and for Megan last week, which I think you're going to include in the presentation. But I'm a filmmaker and a storyteller, and I'm especially passionate about the work that GLAAD does and that Megan does, because time and time again, like we always hear, well, how do you end stigma? You share personal stories. And that comes in so many different forms and fashions. And so for me, if I'm going to focus my effort on one thing, as you can't do everything, it would be to show positive stories of kindness and courage. And to be able to assess how are our lives being told in all forms of different media. And for me, it's a solution of how we make it better. So I'm just thrilled that you're able to come and present with us today. And Megan has some activities for us as well. So that's fun. Take it away, Megan. Thank you very much.
I'm very short, so we're going to have to adjust this. Thank you, everybody, for sitting all day. I know it's been a long day, and it's rainy, and all of that, but you could have been doing anything with your Saturday. Thank you for spending it with us. So, good afternoon. Can I get like a good afternoon back? I'm like looking for some energy at the end of the day. I know that like y'all have been sitting here for a minute. Next slide. So, as Fiona said, I work at at GLAAD. We are the world's largest LGBTQ media advocacy organization. We were founded in 1985 by a group of advocates who really saw the power of media to change what was happening in the world. So there was, at that time, very awful, very dehumanizing coverage of the HIV and AIDS epidemic, and a lot of fear-mongering and just inaccurate, really awful stuff. And our creators saw a way to put a face to the issue, to make it personal, to let people know that you do know an LGBTQ person, you know our stories. We are not scary, we are not this other that you've never encountered before. So we were founded in 1985 to do media advocacy work, and that is the guiding star that has pushed us forward to today, 38 years on. Next slide. So largely, my focus at GLAAD is specifically in the entertainment space. We do also work in news media and with real-life advocates on how to tell their stories, how to correct journalism. My team's focus is within our GLAAD Media Institute, where we house all of our education, training, research, consultation. I work on the Hollywood side, primarily in film and TV, and GLAAD started as a media watchdog. That is still a big part of our work. We've also become a lot more proactive. So you can see some of the headlines here about inclusion in the Owl House, in the Bravest Knights, in Kipo. So right now, particularly kids and families, a quickly growing space and a very contentious space if you are looking at people out there in the world. But did also want to flag some of our bi work. So here, down in the corner, is a post that I got to write for the Wrap about how Wonder Woman should get to be bisexual in the movies as she is in the comics. And similarly, one of the things that we do is work with talent and people in the public eye who are about to be out. So how to navigate that, how to handle questions, how to find your own personal boundaries. And one of those people that we worked with was Mae Whitman when she came out as pansexual a few years ago. So those are just some of the things that you might have seen from GLAAD. Next slide. A little bit about me personally. Sometimes I get to dress up and look nice on red carpets, which is a fun part of my job. I have been to the Oscars a couple times. Not in the audience, I'm back in the press room with the regular people. And I have been at GLAAD for almost 12 years now, so the world has changed immensely since January 2012. And entertainment has changed immensely since then. Like, we didn't have streaming when I started at GLAAD. But one of the things about me is that I am a huge sci-fi nerd. So you'll see there two of the things that I was very proud to work on are Freeform's Shadowhunters, which had a bi and gay love story between a immortal warlock and a half-angel demon hunter. And then in the middle, Strange World on Disney Plus, if you have not watched it, had a really adorable romance between Ethan and his boyfriend Diazo. And then me and those two adorable women are from Winona Earp on Sci-Fi. Also watch that if you haven't. And some of the other stuff that I was proud to work on specifically in the bi space, if you have seen the song Getting By from Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, I got to help with the lyrics of that. If you have not seen it, go watch it on YouTube and it will get stuck in your head, but it is great. And then similarly, the first press moment that I ever had at GLAAD was specifically speaking out about why Captain America should have a boyfriend. So that is a little bit about me and my career and who I am, and now I'm here to talk to all of you today. Next slide. So before we get into talking about representation, want to give you all just a minute to talk amongst yourself at your tables. Is there a character or a story that you've seen that has shaped how you have seen yourself or seen bisexual identities. And I will say for me, Callie Torres was a huge one. Everything that I had seen before that, growing up in a small town in the Midwest at the height of like, I kissed a girl and girl crush and all of these phrases that were very confusing to me because I did not mean them the same way that other people did. Callie was the example of this is a word, there's a community for it, but also you can be bi and still be successful, have a job, have a marriage, have a child, have an entire life. So talk for, a minute on who that was for you, and then I would love to get some of the answers shouted out.
Bisexual storylines, like she came out to her parents, like, oh my God, she's sure it's like, so I think she's a hilarious kid.
I was also thinking about that whole Dr. Who, right? Like, they treated bisexuality and it's just like, they didn't really make it a big deal. It was just like, they just put out there.
What's the first two seasons?
Okay. I'm gonna bring everybody back to the group now. But love that y'all are passionate. I did hear somebody over here saying Rosa from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Love that. You'll see her face later. Anybody else want to shout out those characters or shows that helped them or that they loved?
Captain Jack.
Yeah.
Torchwood, okay. Yes, Degrassi. Fun fact, I got to work on Degrassi for a little bit a couple years ago. Not around Paige, around Adam. Anybody else? Okay.
David Sheets from Sheets Creek.
Oh, yeah, David from Schitt's Creek. Our fine wine pansexuality explanation. Yes, these are all great. Next slide. So now that you have gotten in your mind a little bit remembrances of those characters and of those stories that helped you, or that helped you connect with other people who may not have been familiar with, with your identity or didn't know what to think about it, we're going to talk a little bit about why representation matters from the data side. Again, as Adrian said, I am a data nerd, so I'm going to drop a lot of that on you. I know it's a little bit preaching to the choir, but I think it's good stuff for people to have. So we know TV and film and media as a whole, right, is the biggest cultural export that we have. The content that we are making here is viewed all over the world, for people going to movie theaters to watching it, on Netflix in their house. And so the people and the characters and the stories that are in those things matter. And they say something about what is valued by our society, or if you're not there, or if everything is just bad, it sends a real message about who's valued in society and where you are situated at. And so we also know, particularly when it comes to LGBTQ inclusive media, that it is a powerful way for people to get to know us, to create connections, build empathy, build bridges. And so there was data that we had that found that 30% of non-LGBTQ people who have seen our stories are overall more comfortable with us. There was polling that came out of Variety that said that over a third of people said that seeing an LGBTQ character was a key factor in them being an ally to the community, and that it was actually the biggest impact outside of personally knowing somebody who is LGBTQ. So there is an immense power in our stories and those stories being done well. Because conversely, they can also hurt when they are not done well. Next slide. So again, it's also just reflecting reality. So per the Trevor Project's 2022 report, 89% of LGBTQ young people said that seeing queer TV and film made them feel affirmed in their identity, made them feel good about themselves. It was by far the biggest factor that was reported. So again, beyond just the data reasons, here's kind of that moral imperative for why it's important. We also know that it's not just LGBTQ people who want to see our stories. So more than 2 in 5 of all American adults 18 and up say that LGBTQ inclusion in content is important to them, and 1 in 5 Gen Z Americans, so people from 1997 to 2005, people who are now out of school and entering job industries, are LGBTQ, so 20% of that generation is LGBTQ. They are coming into an industry that is not ready for them, no matter what industry it is, whether it be entertainment, whether it be something else, both from a storytelling perspective, but also a, as we were saying earlier, just kind of a data perspective. And when you get hired, what is kind of the first question that they ask you on surveys? Like, does your company still force you into saying, are you a man or a woman, kind of thing. As we know, and as everybody has said multiple times today, bi people are the biggest part of the community per Gallup this year. We're at 58.2%. And we are also leading among Gen Z, Millennials, and Gen X. All of those, the biggest segment of the community is bi people. And this is not just specific to the US. So looking across 30 countries, we find pretty similar findings with globally. 16% of Gen Z are LGBTQ, so 20% in the US, 16% globally. 2 times more likely than the average adult to be LGBTQ. And again, globally, bisexual is the most common orientation. So when we're talking about this, even though a lot of the data that we have is US only, it is, a conversation beyond our country. Next slide. So, bringing it down to where we are at in the state of things, we know that, again, people who seek out our stories. So 93% of LGBTQ Americans 18 to 24, and 85% of non-LGBTQ Americans in that same age range specifically say that they deliberately seek out inclusive media. So again, our stories are universal. They are appealing to all audiences. We are not niche. We are not side. We are not a nice to have. At this point, if you are not telling inclusive stories, you are not keeping your business relevant for the future. Specifically, 49% of BiPlus adults said that they would be more likely to consume a piece of media if they knew that there was a character who was bi in that. And yet, we see all this demand, but only just over a third of people who said that they seek out that queer media are actually satisfied with how LGBTQ people are represented. And again, almost 3/4 of LGBTQ adults say that there's specifically a need for more bisexual representation, and 65% called out more representation of pansexual people. So there's this huge interest, and yet we're not currently being met with what we have. Next slide. So what do we have? I'm going to talk a bit now about LGBTQ representation. So as Fiona was saying, it has been a big week for us the past week. We just put out the 11th edition of our Studio Responsibility Index, which is my team's annual study on inclusion in film. We put that out last Thursday? Yes. It's all blurred together. Last Thursday, in partnership with the Writers Guild and with SAG-AFTRA, in support of trying to get them a fair deal. And now that we are in our 11th edition and are looking at the next decade of where we want to see LGBTQ storytelling go, we also evolved our methodology. So this is the first year that we are counting films from streaming services rather than just things that were released in theaters. So what our report found was that we looked at 350 movies that were released in 2022 in the US across 10 top distributors. 100 of those 350, 28.5%, included an LGBTQ character. This is the first time in the history of the report that we have had 3 studios get a good grade in the same year. That is not the highest grade. We have excellent, though no one has ever gotten it. But that was A24, NBC Universal, and Walt Disney Company. So some of the inclusive titles that you might recognize from them are Everything Everywhere All at Once, Bros, Strange World, Fire Island, Crush, and more. Crush specifically had great bi storytelling. If you have not seen it, watch it on Hulu. And notably, this year's report was also the first to include films that were previous GLAAD list honorees, and I'll get more into what the GLAAD list is in a minute. Next slide. So one of the things that we do in our SRI is talk about our Vito Russo test that we came up with, named after one of our co-founders and the writer of The Celluloid Closet, which is also a documentary. Watch it if you have never seen it. It's kind of the founding word on LGBTQ representation in film. And we wanted to come up with, similar to the Bechdel test, a kind of minimum bar way to talk about LGBTQ storytelling in film. So we came up with these 4 points, and for a film to pass, it has to include a character who is identifiably LGBTQ in the movie. It can't be outside press, it can't be comic book source material, etc. That character has to be not solely or predominantly defined by their orientation or gender identity, so they can't just be there to be the gay butt of a joke kind of thing. Number 3, they have to be tied into the plot in such a way that if you were to yoink them out of the movie, that the plot would not move forward in the same way. And lastly, it has to be not outwardly offensive, so getting beyond stereotypes and tropes. So of those 100 inclusive films, 77 passed the Vito Russo test, or 22% of total films that were released last year, which is up from 56% of inclusive films the previous year. So we are seeing growth and improvement. There's, of course, still a ways to go. Next slide. So, as I said, we have a record high percentage this year, 28.5%. That said, you do have to put it in context with the fact that we changed our methodology and are looking at a much bigger group of films, but did want to specifically point out that year over year we had a significant increase in bi stories. We went from 2 movies to 21, which was great. Yes, clap. And we also had a significant increase in trans stories. We had 12 movies that included trans characters last year. Next slide. So all of that is high-level numbers about just what is an inclusive film. Breaking that down further, we saw that even though we went up hugely in the number of characters that we counted, there were 292 LGBTQ characters, the percentage or the kind of share of those characters who were people of color largely stayed the same. It was 39% and went up to 40%. Obviously wrong. Of those 292 LGBTQ characters, there was particularly lacking representation from Latina characters. And similarly, we look into screen time of characters to really get into what did it mean for somebody to be there, how much impact did they have, and only a third, 33% of those LGBTQ characters had over 10 minutes of screen time. The next biggest group had under 1 minute. So it's still a very kind of extremes of one scene or maybe lead or second build character. And we saw the same issue kind of come through in screen time with people of color, in that of those people who appeared for over 10 minutes, half were white characters. So again, a priority area. Next slide. Speaking of priority areas, part of the release for this report is having meetings with all of our studio partners to share with them what the findings are, where they're at, but also to talk with them about what are the opportunities ahead. What are the priorities that GLAAD has? What is in their already announced slates? Where can we push and make some change? So in terms of priorities ahead, I won't read all of it to you. Obviously, BiPlus characters are what is of interest to everybody in this room, even though we are happy to see that, jump from 2 to 21, that is still less than a quarter of inclusive films, and again, we make up almost 60% of the community. Very closely related to that is explicit storytelling. Please use the word bisexual and pansexual, they're not bad words, but kind of getting beyond ambiguous subtext, allegory, all of that kind of stuff. And specifically, because we've talked about it so much today, did want to point out that another one of our priorities is seeing more stories of people living with HIV. There was one movie in those 350 that included a character living with HIV. That was 3 months. We are very happy about 3 months. We loved it. That said, there are a ton more stories to tell. And again, we do an HIV stigma survey every year. What we see there is that 86% of Americans still believe that there's stigma. They don't fully understand HIV. Next slide. Okay, so that was film. Let's talk about TV. We do a TV report that comes out in the spring, and that looks at scripted television on the 5 broadcast networks, all of cable, and then 8 major streaming services. And I will say these are the numbers from the most recent. We are fully aware that next year's will be different because the industry has been on strike since June 1st. And there's no seeming end to that. So when we talk about the strikes and the refusal of studios to give their workers a fair deal, we're also talking about danger of lost progress, lost LGBTQ stories. Did just want to give that context. But so what we found last year was 10.6% of series regulars on broadcast scripted networks were LGBTQ. That's a small decrease from the previous year. Part of that is there was also just less shows being made. If you break it out by platform, the CW is the most LGBTQ inclusive network on cable, not surprising because their programming is more targeted towards young and teen audiences. On cable, HBO was the most inclusive. They had 26 LGBTQ characters. And then on streaming, Netflix is by far the most inclusive with 183 LGBTQ characters. So we have 596 total. And one thing that I was just happy to see personally is that LGBTQ women outnumbered LGBTQ men on all platforms. Yay, ladies. Next slide. So let's talk about BiPlus representation. We had found that bi characters made up 25% of LGBTQ characters on TV. That was a drop from the previous year of 4%. It heavily skews women, so 104 women, 39 men, 6 non-binary people, and most of those characters appeared on streaming platforms and series. And again, we're the majority of the community. Please tell our stories. Next slide. So as I said, down 4 percentage points and about 40 characters year over year. There were 32 trans characters on TV, also down year over year. 8 LGBTQ characters living with HIV. Very notably, not a single one of those characters is going to be coming back for the next season because those shows either were anthologies that have a new cast every season or they've been canceled. And related to that, at least 175 of those 596 LGBTQ characters will not be back. 140 of those are because series were either canceled or they ended. So part of what we talked a lot about with the networks this year is the issue of marketing and promoting our shows, because at the same time as we're seeing this, we're also seeing record-breaking success for things like Yellow Jackets and The Last of Us and Stranger Things, all of these series that do have LGBTQ characters, but that also got huge marketing budgets. So it's not that people don't want to watch our stories, it's that they're not being marketed properly. Next slide. Okay, so now we talked about where we are, what is going on out there in film and TV. I will just say, while my focus is film and TV, we do also work in gaming. We'll have a report coming from there soon. Advertising, we put out our first index this year. A Broadway report coming, so we're all over the place, but my focus is just film and TV. So let's talk a little bit about where to go from here. Again, I'm going to give you all a minute to kind of talk amongst yourself. What is a bi story that you would love to see? And what is one trope that you would be so happy to never see again? So I will start with my example. This is a screen grab from Heartstopper on Netflix. Watch it if you haven't seen it. Kit Connor's character is saying, "I'm bi, actually," and so what? Netflix has an amazing supercut of just all the times he says, "I'm bi." It is so rare for anybody to ever say the word that I lived and loved this. And my thing that I would like to never see again is the transactional bisexual character, where it is solely to get something. So like the woman who sleeps with a woman to be able to get access to her apartment so she can get a code for a safe that she's trying to break into, and then only ever has like male love interests. And so you see the only time that she's ever with a woman or being quote unquote queer is in service of getting something rather than who she actually is or who she might actually want to date. So those are my examples. Talk amongst yourselves for, I'll give you 2 minutes because it's 2 questions, and then we'll shout out some of the answers. Yeah. Thank you for being here today. Oh, yeah. One more minute. Do you have one that comes to mind? All right, everybody, come back, come back, come back. Everybody on mute. I do not have Beyonce's roll call feedback. I do not have Beyonce's power. But, yeah, so we'll start with what would you love to see? Shout it out. Raise your hand. Okay. One second, I'm gonna cut you off real quick. Before you start, please say your name and your pronouns.
Oh, I'm Hannah, she, her, hers, and I would like to see more BiPlus people in straight presenting relationships that are not straight, but shows that you don't have to be with you don't have to be in a relationship that's queer presenting to still be queer.
Yeah. Great note.
I'm Angel, she, her, hers, and I would very selfishly like to see more BiPlus Black religious people.
That is a good call out. The data point is not in here, but I will say, one of the fastest growing segments of the entire community is young Black bi women 18 to 34. Anybody else want to shout out what they would love to see?
Hi, I'm Al Keaton. Amongst the table, we wanted to see more representation of bisexual men and adults, not just for the kids. And we don't want to see bad characters like the bisexual one Grace.
That is very on point, and is also very much speaking my language, the way that I every year say, please give me bi men. We have had a few that have been standouts, like Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, and if you watch Good Trouble on Freeform, that also has a great bi man who has a trans sister, actually. Yes, obviously 2 shows can't carry the full, weight of the community. Anybody else? Yes. I see 2 hands back there. Feel free to add both.
I'm Mackenzie, I use they, them pronouns. One thing that I would like to see is more pieces of media with multiple bi characters in the same show.
Yes.
Just because, and it was actually Heartstopper that made me think this way, where having one person shows one experience, and then having multiple shows the diversity of the experience and can both move beyond the
stereotype, but also show that not all the stereotypes are inherently bad. It's just bad when they're all that you see. And then what I said that I would never like to see again in bi storylines is when a character comes out as bi and then invalidates all of their previous relationships, instead recognizing, no, there was something there. There was a reason that I was with these people, even though I've now realized something new about myself, because so often it's like they just flip the switch when they're writing characters, and that's not realistic to me.
Yeah, I think the point about having more than one of any type of character is a hugely positive note, because then you can have some of those things that are either more nuanced, or that are stereotypes, or that are like flawed and messy and awful and villains, when they're not the only thing that you see. And I think, I don't know the exact quote, so don't quote me, but Shonda Rhimes has an amazing quote about trying to never put one of any type of person into something, because then they can never be a real character, because you have to keep their story so broad to cover the whole community that is looking to them, that you never get to get into the nitty-gritty with them and see specifics of who that character is, what their life is like, what choices they might make, all of that. So yes, echo, +1.
My name is Kasira, she, they pronouns. Something that I would personally really like to see is more wholesome bi-ace characters. I spent a lot of time recently just researching a lot about like bisexual, asexual community intersections, and it's really interesting to see kind of the overlaps in the way our communities have historically merged and coalesced. So I would love to see like bi-ace representation. And something that I would love to never have to see again is the really fetishized portrayals of like bisexual women that feel very like male gaze oriented and almost kind of like just a little bit gross and not necessarily super representational.
Yeah. No, that is a good point. We do also include asexual characters in our TV study and film study we have for a couple of years. We did have one asexual, bisexual. That show is now canceled. But if you want something fun to go back and watch, go watch, what is the name? Oh, it was on Freeform, and it had, it's on Freeform, and it had Josh Thomas in it. Somebody please Google for me and figure out the name of the show, because I cannot think of it right now. But Kayla was the autistic bisexual, and then as they were kind of going through, it was sort of becoming clear that like the youngest daughter, it follows these 3 siblings whose parents die, and their older brother, who's gay, has to like lead the family. That they were also going to explore like that the youngest was also queer. Did somebody find it?
Wait, is it Cute Like Me?
No, that was Josh Thomas's previous show.
It's like everything is.
I think it's Everything's Not Okay. But I've given you the hints and the people in it. You can Google and find it. If somebody does find it, please shout it out. I don't have my phone on me, so I can't find it. But yes, just a point to say yes, more of that. Anybody else before we move on? Oh my God, I see 3 hands.
Since I am holding the mic, I'll just do this real quick.
Okay.
Nicole, going back to your point about more than one, I would like to see more representation of bi-poly people, asterisk, where the relationship doesn't crash and burn because somebody got quote unquote jealous. Like I would like to see what it looks like for someone to experience and feel that very real and valid emotion that people in monogamous relationships experience too, and what it looks like to navigate that. And then going back to a point you said earlier about how it's like almost implied, just by show of hands, who here has seen the movie Encanto? I don't know if it was ever confirmed. I'm sure you can tell me that technically maybe on Thursdays Mirabelle was bi because there was a bi pride flag sewn into her dress. Conveniently covered by her bag most of the movie, like a big thick purse strap covered that like bi pride flag for most of the movie. So I would like to see like, maybe not see that happen again because on the one hand it's representation, on the other hand it's like, I only know it because I see bi things, so.
Hi, Leroy, he, they pronouns. I would love to see stories of bi folks who are in healthy relationships where there is more than one of them and they are not dating each other.
That's a word.
Chris, they, them, I'm gonna add on top of that, who don't necessarily know each other. Because I feel like in shows you see a lot of, oh, you are bisexual and you're bisexual and you're both in a relationship, or you're both best friends, or you're both in the same GSA and you're buddy-buddy. Like, there are more than two heterosexual characters in your show, and sometimes they don't even know each other. And I'd like to see two bisexual characters who don't know each other.
Okay.
I saw somebody in the front with a hand.
It was me, but we can try. Thank you, everybody, for all of your input. And I also, I feel validated in seeing everybody kind of have the same, thoughts and concerns. So yeah, thank you for participating. Next slide. Thank you. So, some of those things that we talked about are issues because, again, like we were saying, there's only the one bisexual character, and there has been such a history of characters who were done poorly that several times, even people who, may not be meaning to do it, might recreate those issues because they just don't know any better and they're going off of what they watched. A lot of people think that they kind of know everything and don't need help when it comes to bi characters. So part of my fight has been like, please just ask. In a way where they will proactively come and ask about like trans characters because they realize that they don't know that. They are not yet at the same place in understanding that they don't know every bi identity and nuance. But for anybody in here who is a writer, a creative, who is looking to change and improve that representation, that hopefully we can be having a panel here and we'll be shouting out one of your shows. Firstly, it's just getting beyond the stereotypes before we get into the good stuff. Again, often people refuse to ever use the word bisexual. It's a lot of like, I don't like labels, I don't like boxes, etc. Obviously that is valid and true for some people, should not be for every single character. To the point that when Rosa Diaz came out on Brooklyn Nine-Nine because she used the word bisexual largely because Stephanie Beatrice is bi and worked with the writers. The word bisexual actually trended on Twitter for 2 whole days of people just tweeting, oh my gosh, she said the word. Like, that is the level that we're at on that issue. Again, as we talked about, often kind of portrayed as like liars, duplicitous, scheming. Again, that transactional thing, I would be so happy to never ever see that again. And again, indecisive, greedy, promiscuous, inherently more likely to cheat on you. And then breaking it down a little bit by gender, by women, still often fetishized, like you were saying, for the male gaze. And when it comes to bi men, largely invisible, they just don't exist. And then again, we've talked a lot all day about disparities and negative outcomes that our community might face, and a lot of that goes back to what they have been shown in media. So whether or not they consciously do it, these bi characters are often kind of given a lot of self-destructive negative traits without any kind of context about why they might have that experience or why they might be, pushed into experiencing homelessness or into doing sex work or any of those kinds of things, but portraying it as like, this is an inherent part of bi identity that like you will face these kinds of issues. Next slide. So, how to move the needle if you're creative, if you're a storyteller. Put your work through the Vito Russo test, which we talked about earlier. If you're writing something, or if you're watching something, put it against the test. Does it pass? Does it not pass? Similarly, if you are a writer, submit your work for the GLAAD list. That is I mentioned it earlier, It is our partnership with the script hosting website, The Blacklist. Comes out every year. It includes both film scripts and episodic scripts that are the most promising LGBTQ scripts that we want to see get made. About 50% of those have been optioned and are being made. 2 of those came out last year, which was 3 Months on Paramount Plus, which stars Troye Sivan, and the other was Billy Porter's directorial debut for Amazon, Anything's Possible, which was a kind of rom-com coming-of-age blend of a trans girl in her senior year of high school and her love interest kind of figuring out what they were going to do as they were getting ready to head off to college and what that meant for their relationship. Similarly, have the facts and be specific. We, at the end of the day, live in a capitalistic hellscape, so the people who are in charge of money and decision making like data. They like having assurance that something will be successful and that it's not a risk. So one thing to point out there is, LGBTQ adults are significantly, 31%, less likely to be able to explicitly name a bisexual or pansexual character in media than an overall LGBTQ character. So again, when we're there, because it's not always clear, people don't know it, they don't remember it, they don't know the names, and they're not getting as much promotion, they're not sticking in people's heads. So all of this can help you when you are making the case for why this storytelling is so important and how it can be impactful to audiences that the network wants to please and wants to win. Related to that, consider and use all available platforms. Obviously, right now, writers and actors are, 100 days plus into the strike. So consider things like TikTok that I think somebody was mentioning earlier, like doing a YouTube series, like building your skills on social media and building community there, which can also be leveraged into getting you into more traditional media. And relatedly, build community. Doing events like this, doing events that let you meet other LGBTQ writers, creatives, who might be facing some of the same issues, the same struggles, and you can kind of game plan things together, but also they can be your sounding board for when you run into an issue with your script. And then lastly, use your resources. Like GLAAD, we work with a lot of content creators in addition to networks and studios. My job is half consulting and half research. Next slide. We're going to skip over this. Next slide. Okay. So for those of you who might not be directly creators, how can you help to get better shows out there, better characters? Prioritize watching inclusive content. Again, studios care about data, and they really, really look at opening weekends for films. They look at some the first 5 days, some the first 30 days, some the first 91 days of audience viewership. So prioritize watching those things that you know are inclusive, because it can have the most impact early on to when it comes out versus you watching it 6 months down the line kind of thing. Use any on-platform options that they have to rate favorable content. So with things like TikTok, if you interact with the video, you'll start getting served more of those videos in your algorithm, and it will tell the algorithm that there is value to this content. Similarly, Netflix, part of the reason for the strike is that the streamers will not share analytics, but one thing that they have done that I'm told matters to them is they introduced recently this double thumbs up. So if there's something that you like, go in and give it the double thumbs up, and it'll again show on their algorithm that people really liked the show. Similarly, interacting in platform, take it outside of the platform as well. So get on social, on Twitter or X or whatever it's called, Instagram, TikTok, all those places to talk about how excited you are, also to build community and friends. Like, I lived in a teeny tiny Midwestern town. There was not a queer person around. And so how I found friends and community, to age myself a little bit, was like getting on LiveJournal and talking to other people about, like, I really loved, at the time, Supernatural, or Glee, or the Jonas Brothers, again, going back to my fandom days. But making community and building buzz around the thing that you love, that all does get looked at. Repost from your faves, get more eyes on their accounts, help them grow. Again, metrics are important to people who care about a bottom line. Share resources with them. If you see talent from a show that you love that is doing an interview about playing their LGBTQ character and it is not great, maybe gently tweet at them and say, like, hey, here's GLAAD's media reference guide. Any of those kinds of things are useful, but again, gently, friendly. Please do not make death threats, they don't help. And share your story too. So when we're talking about media, we're not just talking film, TV, gaming, these things that have big corporate gatekeepers. We also do trainings through our Media Institute for everyday, real-life advocates on how to tell your story on social media, how to tell your story in local media, newspapers and websites for kind of local community groups, all of those things that help, again, just help people know who we are and put a face to us. Next slide. With that, I know I talked to you a lot and it is the end of the day. So to learn more, you can go on our website, follow at GLAAD, GLAAD, on all the things to keep up to date with what we're putting out. To see our reports, GLAAD.org/SRI and GLAAD.org/WhereWeAreTV. And then GLAAD.org/reference for our media reference guide, which is basically like the dictionary and the primer for LGBTQ language and kind of high-level guidance on some specific issues. Next slide. There we go. With that, I will open it up to questions.
Thank you, Megan. Give Megan a round of applause. Questions? Who has one? Right.
I have a question. What do we do about, like, it's almost like there's a violation without there people doing it, like Lady Gaga. Like, she says a lot of times that she's bi, and it's like people like forget that she's bi for some reason.
They love to say she's an ally.
Ally. And like Ryan Reynolds, who plays Deadpool. Deadpool is a pansexual character. I think that Ryan Reynolds plays it up, and when Hugh Jackman's going to be in the next movie, they're going to play that up. But people kind of like are always gloss over that.
Yeah. That is one that you can specifically go read previous editions of our SRI for how we called them out for. He is a pansexual character. Ryan Reynolds has specifically said in press that he wants him to have a boyfriend. And for it to be a serious thing and not just a throwaway joke about, like, he's outrageous and he'll have sex with anybody kind of thing. They have yet to do it. Hopefully in Deadpool 3. I will say, Deadpool 2, they introduced Negasonic teenage warhead and her girlfriend.
Yeah.
So there is queer things afoot over there. Hopefully, we'll see it pay off in the new one. No, I fully agree. And again, you want people to use the word. That is a big part of a lot of trainings and consultations and meetings with writers' room that I have are working out with them how to use the word and or define their orientation in their own words in a way that makes sense for the character, that isn't like a really thrown in, like, turn to camera and say I'm bisexual and it means, attraction to all, genders kind of thing. So yes, fully agree. Anybody else?
I have one. Okay. How much study and attention do you have to unscripted and documentary
and then over to reality as well, but especially like documentary films and unscripted stuff.
Yes. So our TV research does not quantify that. We do have an editorial section in that report where we kind of talk about some of the highlights of LGBTQ reality TV, throughout that year. The reason for that is that because of the research period that we're looking at, they don't often know their casts yet to be able to share with us all that data. So we do cover it there. We do in our film report, because that is entirely backwards looking, we do include documentaries there if and when they come out from those 10 distributors that we are dealing with. And then in terms of the overall attention side, we do have a GLAAD Media Awards category for Outstanding Documentary, which I will say now that we are getting into the fall, that is about to open. So submissions for next year's GLAAD Media Awards are about to open. So again, if you're a creator, check out GLAAD.org/media awards for all of that. And I think beyond that, we do a lot of promotional work with different projects once we're able to screen them and make sure that the content is something that GLAAD stands behind. So, there's all sorts of possibilities there if there is a good, really solid documentary. I know we did a lot with trans military when it was coming down and going through the process. We've done a lot with Disclosure. We did a lot with another Netflix documentary called Stay on Board, the Leo Baker story, which is about a non-binary skateboarder. Changing the Game on Hulu, another one that we did a lot with. Those are kind of the ones that I think off the top of my head, aside from documentaries that I've been in. So, yes, does that?
Yeah, it does. I was just more curious about the reporting and stuff, and you just reminded me. I'll give you GLAAD another shout out and thanks. Like my feature documentary Trans Military came out in 2018, and GLAAD supported with a significant finishing funds grant to be able to make that film, like $25,000 to help finish a film. So, and it's about trans service members. So thank you.
We also did a really cool screening for members of Congress.
We did. Yeah, so GLAAD and our team worked to have a screening of Trans Military on Capitol Hill, and Nancy Pelosi gave opening remarks. And so this is another reason, I think it's not just GLAAD, like HRC and the other organizations, they're actually doing a lot of really amazing things that many people don't know about. I think it's so easy for us in our community as well to just see a few things that they're not doing or we wish they were doing, but in fact, a lot of their work is happening, and sometimes I feel they're so busy doing great work, they're too busy to be able to promote all the great work.
We did just hire a new director of marketing to help solve that problem.
Well done.
So you're right, we are too busy doing the work to be able to talk to everybody about it.
Seriously.
It's like what's right there. Yeah, there's something.
Yeah, sorry.
So this is kind of a research nerd question, because you all analyze so many films and shows, so I've always been curious, what is the process of collecting that data, doing that analysis? How do you know what shows to look at, things like that?
Yes. I won't get entirely in the weeds because we'll lose the rest of the room. I will say it is a very large undertaking and we are a very small team. But in terms of how we monitor things, we are watching content year-round, but we are also monitoring reporting on content year-round to see when upfronts happen and then they talk about all their new shows and they'll talk about their queer characters, or when new promotional materials come out or new trailers drop or any of that. That's stuff that we are reading every day and keeping extensive Slack channels on so that we can make sure we don't forget about it. And then kind of at the end of each research period for our reports, we will, I'll run through them differently because they're different reports. So the Where We Are TV report, when that comes out, is partially backwards looking and partially forwards looking. So for example, the one that we put out back in March was content that premiered or returned between June 1st of 2022 and May 31st of 2023. Obviously some of that had not happened yet. So because that one is partially forward looking, we do all the research that we can with what's out there publicly available, and then we go to our network partners and streaming service partners and say, you know, here's everything that we could find about LGBTQ characters and about all of the different dimensions of identity that we track, because we also look at race and disability and series regular or recurring and all these kinds of things. And then we ask them, like, tell us what else you have, which is why if you read those reports, there is some creative writing in there where it will say, like, they'll appear on this show, this show, this show, and many more. That is ones that we are not allowed to talk about publicly yet because they've not announced the show or the character publicly. But they will give it to us so that we can get, you know, the most correct, up-to-date data that we can get. And because it also helps them look better if they, you know, share all of their characters. So that is where we are on TV. The Studio Responsibility Index is a little bit different in that it's entirely backwards looking when it comes out. So the one that we just put out last week was about 2022 releases. And so we do all the research possible into what their slates were in terms of what falls within our methodology, which is that it had to be released in the US, it has to be more than 65 minutes, has to be original to them, has to be first run, and it has to have been ordered and have creative production based in the US. So we look through, find everything that we can of all the titles that make up their slate, and then we go to them and say, can you confirm or give us any edits? And then we are watching a lot of movies that are not movies that you want to watch, I have to tell you. We watch a lot of really, like, just boring and bad movies. And then we have extensive spreadsheets where we enter in all of that information, and then once we kind of have it all in front of us, we can tally everything and figure out kind of what is the narrative about how did it change from year to year? Are there people that are particularly missing? Are there characters or stories that are particularly, you know, bad? And particularly when we look at the film report, because that one is backwards looking, we're able to also write up each film and analyze the quality of it, which is why for that one, those studios all then get a grade based on quantity, quality, and diversity of LGBTQ content.
Do you have a watch party where you're all sat in the same room watching it together and scoring? Or do you...
No, we all are head down doing our own things. Especially now, we're all working remote, so.
You have a question here?
God, I'm so popular.
I was just wondering whether you ever take into account sort of to what extent shows take accountability for past mistakes, or is it just what they're currently doing, you know, presently? Because I've noticed this trend kind of, especially with reboots, it's especially like evident, like where they almost kind of retcon, if that's the right word, their narrative to make it sound as though there was never any biphobia to begin with in their original show. So, for example, I mean, it's possible that I just haven't seen the most recent episodes, but maybe they've done something that I'm not aware of. But, for example, I can think of an example where on the L word, Alice brings up that her friend group they were giving her a lot of grief for it, you know, in the original show. And Beth replies something like, well, yeah, but we never really had any problem with it. We were just kidding around or something like that. She essentially kind of gaslights her. And I can think of a lot of examples like that where I can think of like Will and Grace, where they did have a good episode where it gave me a bit of hope. There were two young people who kind of schooled them on how bisexuality is valid, and they kind of had to admit, oh, we were wrong about this. But then they never really went back to explore Karen's character and how she was kind of invalidated to begin with. So yeah, I'm just thinking about to what extent does that factor into how you assess it, or is it just about what they're doing currently?
So 2 things. One, we don't grade or like score particular shows or anything like that. It's all by network and by studio company about their overall slate, not just one title. What I will say, particularly in the realm of reboots, is we have actively worked with a lot of them on how to update for a 2023 world or 2022 or whatever, and fix some of the things that they did wrong. So, the L word is, I didn't work with it, I don't know if we did or not, but that is one of them. Similarly, Saved by the Bells, Reboot, really did a good job of updating for current day and had an amazing trans character who was just hilarious, loved her. Similarly, I know that Quantum Leap on NBC, did a really good job of introducing the trans character, and The Silence of the Lambs remake, sequel, whatever that was, that had Jen Richards in it, was also very deliberate in not erasing what the first movie did with Buffalo Bill, but with kind of like, saying like this was the legacy of our franchise, and here's how we're doing better, and here's this new character. And we're very deliberate of not only bringing in the community and trans actors and writers, but also advocates who could kind of talk about the bigger impact of it. So it is something that we have worked on and that we work with. In terms of kind of quality of individual shows, that is something that probably fall more into the discussion about the GLAAD Media Awards. So we have, I want to say now 125 categories in English and Spanish across film, TV, music, podcasting, journalism, every other thing. And what we are looking at for those is fair and inclusive content, impact, storytelling. There's one other, I can't give the name, I'm very tired, that I can't give the name of right now. But, that is kind of that discussion in terms of what kind of storytelling are they doing, and is it something that maybe elevates it to that level of being a potential GLAAD Media Award nominee.
Well, okay, we'll do one more question, and then we'll wrap up with Maggie. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So mine is kind of about this this intersection of the actors and the character's identity. And since you're so much in this space, I was just like, I wanted to pick your brain about that. So I know, of course, BiPlus people make up a lot of this community. So it would be great to have BiPlus actors play BiPlus characters. But there's also situations where, with Kid Connor recently in Heartstopper, where he was accused of queerbaiting, but then that kind of forced him to come out as bisexual. So how can we encourage more BiPlus actors playing BiPlus characters, while also recognizing that people maybe are not ready to come out yet?
So let me take a step back and talk about the casting discussion from a 30,000-foot view. So when you're talking about casting, you are actually dealing with two different conversations. And so on the trans authentic casting side of the discussion, everybody has kind of agreed and come to a place of support of saying don't ever cast cis people to play trans, just don't do it, and it's not acceptable anymore. widely everybody agrees on that. When it comes to LGBT characters and actors portraying them, there is not yet a similar place of agreement. Both within the community, people feel different ways about it, and also creatives themselves feel different ways about it. And so there's not a kind of firm answer there on like, this is always unacceptable or this is, whatever. So what I will say is, in terms of the casting discussion, always put in the time and the work to try and find LGBTQ actors, because one, we need the advancement and the money, quite frankly. But there are all sorts of places where we have, where LGBTQ actors have organized to, go post your casting breakdowns to those services, to look at Reagan Valdez, who's a Emmy-nominated trans actress, has an LGBTQ acting school. Go talk to her about who she recommends. So, put in the effort, because it will probably help you make a better product, and it will help you have a better press junket experience. That said, if it is absolutely impossible for whatever reason, or if it's something where maybe you casted this character and they've been around for like years, and now, 5 seasons into it, the writers have kind of come up with like, oh, they're going to be bi now, and it was just never addressed before because this was a workplace comedy, so you never saw anything about their lives. That's a case where like you can't do much because you already cast who you cast 5 years ago. When it comes to the fan side of the equation, that was largely where everything went wrong with the Kit Connor situation. He had, for anybody who doesn't know, he's the young actor that you saw in a screenshot a few slides ago who stars as a bisexual character on Heartstopper, and was getting a lot of negative reaction from fans who were pushing and pushing and pushing about why he should not be on the show because he's straight, and to the point of like death threats and the like. So all of that to say, 1, don't make death threats. 2, there is a way in which to have like respectful conversations, and there is a way in which people on social media just yell at each other and make an echo chamber, which is like not productive for anybody. People deserve to come out on their own time when they feel safe, and as fans, I think the path is talking about how much you love the character, talking to them about like why the story matters so much. You can even ask them, if they're doing like a Twitter Q&A, or if you're at a convention or something, like why this character, why do you think this story is so important, or whatever. Those places that give them a chance, because we also, as much as we've had people forced out, we've also had people who are kind of like, I thought I was always out, but just nobody ever asked. I never had the chance to bring it up. So give them those kind of opportunities and spaces in a way that is like safe, and you can say however much you want to, and it's not coming from a negative place or a punishment kind of place of like, you don't deserve to be here, you shouldn't have been hired, whatever, kind of thing. Does that?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Megan. Give a round of applause. Thank you. Okay, so on our agenda, we have a break and then come back. I'm wondering, I would love like the wrap up to be like just a community discussion. So instead of me standing up here, like we can just sit in open mouth on these tables, and maybe like put some ideas on post-it notes and that kind of stuff, and so I can help facilitate that conversation. So how about we start that in about like 2